let's move on. Any questions on this? Okay, you know where to get all the information. Of course, it's not just managers. You can ask for information from them, which we'll also talk about later on. Normally, there's a request for this list of documents. Okay, and then for the laws and regulations. So some of these things you should already know, which I mentioned earlier for the IT specifically. Then there are certain things like banks, ISPs, right? Healthcare. Sorry, not healthcare, but sometimes in terms of those that are closely regulated, yeah, healthcare can be one of them as well. So there are legal regulations around it. Can be financial, operational, IS audit functions, and there are two areas of concern here. So legal requirement placed on the audit itself. How are you going to go about the audit for these kind of institutions? And then legal requirements placed on the auditee, the company that you're in terms of the auditing company that's being audited, right? So there's systems, data management, reporting, etc. Okay. And then in terms of the role in compliance, what is the role of the IS audit? So you have to do all these things, right? So I think in terms of the government or other relevant external requirements, you deal a lot with electronic data, personal data, copyrights, e-commerce, e-signatures, and all these, right? Computer systems, practices, controls, the manner to which computers, programs, and data are stored, the organizations or the activities of information technology service, and the IS audits. So in terms of the identification of all these, I'd like you now to go into breakout rooms, right? And try to identify in your own companies, right, that you have. I'll set up an industry, basically. Anyone here from the banking industry? Raise your hand. Huh? Okay, so Gilbert, why don't you lead the first group? Okay, I'll assign you and the first group to the banking, okay, sector. So what are those requirements that will be required when you talk about for banks specifically? Okay. And then just want to see if there's anything specific. You go and discuss it in your group. Second group, anyone here in the, let's say, healthcare sector or insurance companies? Huh? Or maybe someone mentioned government. Is anyone from government here? None? No, nothing critical. Or power, utility companies, CII?
Yeah.
Okay.
From
why don't you lead that discussion, Ajmal? Yeah. And then try to also check out based on all these lists. Okay. So you want to identify those that are relevant for your own space. Okay. So let's break out into two groups and try to also draw out what other people will think. So those without background in these industries, right? Okay. You try to imagine, let's say, those in utility companies. What would be the things that they need to comply with normally? What based on your thoughts, Ajmal can help verify some of the things and share also some of the things that he knows about those areas. I'll also be going back in and out of these rooms. Same things goes with Gilbert for financial institutions, right? You need to also share with these guys, your group, what would be the things that would be applicable for financial institutions in terms of the compliance, okay? Basically all these external requirements that are needed, okay? So let's go out in the breakout rooms. I'll create the breakout rooms now, especially for the external reporting, right? External requirements are going to be sent. Again, in line with this slide. So you can take a quick snapshot if you want, but let me create the two breakout rooms. I think for Gilbert and Ajmal, I'll have to assign you manually unless you don't get assigned to the right room. Yeah. Gilbert, Ajmal, not together, and you're in two different groups, right? Okay, good. So if you're on the 10 minutes for this discussion, Let's all go back in a while. So Ajmal and yeah, just prepare to present. Huh? Discuss is easier. The thing is with the chat here, there's no way to paste, but files, I think, yeah.
Yeah, I have an image.
Yeah.
I don't know how to share.
So just come up with some of these relevant external requirements. Okay. So what do you think? What can you think about electronic data, personal data? What are the requirements that you will need, right? Yeah.
Like an example? Can you give an example?
I mean, for example, there's some regulatory reporting for banking, as far as I know, right? Yeah. So again, some of these you might be looking at that. Even from the requirements from TRM, yeah, you can look at those as well. Yeah. So some of the things that you can need to comply with. Yeah. Okay. So especially since you're there, I was thinking you also managed to chip in a little bit as well. Yeah, because the rest may not have a background in that area. So let me go to the other breakout room. The difficulty is I need to straddle between the different breakout rooms. So continue discussions first. I need you to present then the slide as to summarize their discussion.
Are you guys able to see the screen? I just shared up the pointers.
Okay, let me go to the other room then. Carry on. Yeah, thanks. So if we go to compile these in a slide or a Word document, so you can easily show it to everyone and share it. Thank you.
Can you guys see the screen? Or is there anything being shared?
Can see your screen.
Okay.
Oh, this is our screen, is it? Yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah. So the questions for financial FSI locations. Yep. So Gilbert, you want to lead this?
Okay. I don't know what to lead, but let's try.
Maybe open up a notepad or PowerPoint, then maybe can drop down the point.
Sure.
But I don't know what is electronic data, personal data, copyrights, e-commerce.
Okay, we can type straight inside, right? No, right? Okay.
No, this is a Word document that I have.
Or Word document, then can we type? Are you able to type?
Yeah, I'm able to type.
Oh, if you're able to type, then
maybe,
just type over there, huh?
I would think
just
so.
talk about it.
Maybe under electronic data, you just do a spacing. Yeah, we'll see what input we have. Is it supposed to identify?
This is a screenshot, so I'll just put pointers from here.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Hmm.
So I
So
don't
they
know
are
how to
looking
start.
for the government or other relevant requirements, is it? So it's
Yeah.
more like
Identify
All
the
requirements.
government or other relevant external requirements dealing with electronic data, personal data, copyrights, e-commerce, e-signatures, etc. That's point one. Point two would be
Actually, when it comes to electronic data, right, the one thing from a regulatory perspective, right, MAS, is more on retention.
Retention.
Yeah, retention
Retention
and
policy, is it?
retention and over retention.
Just write down retention policy, all this. Then what I can think of is a PDPA, is it that one? Because they are asking what
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think it's
document.
relevant. Correct. I think should be able to, yeah, we can include that in.
Yeah, retention and over retention also. You cannot over retain.
So it's basically retention. Actually, all MAS follows is IMA.
Yeah,
And
but
the
no, retention
PDPA.
is for how long you need to keep. Over retention is you cannot keep more than whatever is required.
Maybe we identify the requirement first, then we will decide later.
Yeah, okay.
Then
Because retention and over retention are two different things. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, the same. Retention period is basically on the financial side. So if you're looking for is historical data, you need at least 7 years.
I know, but retention and
Yes.
over retention, is it the same?
Pretty much.
You're not supposed to keep it for more than whatever is required.
7 years.
Retention is more for how long you need to keep. Over retention is you shouldn't keep the data than the required period. So two different things actually.
we can elaborate this one,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
maybe we
No,
list
not
out
the
all
same.
other document.
Yeah, not
As
the
I
same.
say, personal data, maybe PDPA. Maybe we just list now what are the document that we need for compliance check. So the second item maybe PDPA, that the Personal Protection Act, that one. What other thing?
How about the PCI DSS?
What is that?
The PCI DSS compliance? The one for credit card one?
Just list down.
Is that PCI DSS or?
Yeah, PCI DSS compliance.
Sorry, I'm from IT, so I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
The manner in which computer program and data are being stored.
Computers, programs, and data are stored.
I don't know, is it organization IT policy? Yeah.
Internal IT policy and procedures are.
Which one you're talking about right now? So it's
Point number 3.
Right?
So computer system practices, this will be governance.
The manner in which the computer program are being stored is also, maybe that is the same. It's IT, internal or corporate IT policy.
Yeah, this one I think policies are, yeah.
Internal corporate policy or whatever.
I don't understand the question, Ray, so I'm not sure.
Organizational activities and information technology services and SIS audits. Interestingly, all falls under one category called IMA. All banks follow IMA.
Okay.
So
IMA is more like a banking policy or a non-banking means, or what policy is it? Sorry, I have not heard that.
It's more on the IT side of things, but it's more government.
It's more on the government instruction manual.
Yes.
Yeah, instruction manual.
8 stands for IT, yeah, ITC. They have procurement, all this instruction manual.
So literally
That's for government, right? It's not for banking, right?
It is. MES follows it.
Oh, is it? I have not heard of
So
that.
MAS follows it, therefore it's also trickled down to the banks. Basically, that's what you're saying, right?
So I have not heard of this IM8.
Basically, it's the instruction manual for the IT policies. So I worked on this before.
Okay.
So it's for the whole of government. It's all the ministries, agencies, they still have to follow it. And also those are government linked. They somehow have to follow it, but not really being able to apply it technically because it's like an arm's length away from government. So this is like the difficulty for those.
It's not applicable for banks, right?
No. So the thing is, MAS is the banking regulator, right? So what Gabriel is saying is that since MAS also has IM8, they're also enforcing it now to the banks, but not maybe in an IM8 form. I don't think they can enforce IM8, right, Gabriel?
Yeah.
But in terms of the controls inside, the policies, they will have similar policies.
Because the only policy which banks or the
Wait, let's listen to Gabriel. So let's hear Gabriel's story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they do enforce IM8 policies. Together with security components, they are using CIS version 2. Okay,
so they actually mentioned that this is IM8. Please follow IM8. Is that basically what they're saying?
Yes, because I am coming from MAS.
I see. Oh, there you go. Our expert from MAS. We have it straight from MAS himself. So we cannot contest, Gilbert.
Yeah, I did not hear of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so IM8 is basically the government's IT policy.
Okay.
Normally meant for internally, but now I'm also hearing that it's also now external as well. So is it basically published now or in
It is published. You can find it on the net. For banks itself, security wise, they are enforcing or pushing down CIS 2.0. It is also still open to a compliant to say that the banks are allowed to choose between CIS 1.0 or 2.0. Still, they are also governed by audit. So the auditors that goes around, they will be using IM8 as a baseline. So they'll just follow all your governance, process and policies, SOPs, right? Following to make sure that your retention period follows 7 years, 5 years, and disposal of information as and when they're not required. So those are all the instruction manuals coming from IM8. They're enhancing it still.
Yeah, because the last time I worked on it, it was really tightly guarded.
Yeah,
so this is
you can't do a lot of things.
Yeah, precisely. So when did they actually release it? When did MAS release it? Is it MAS who publish it or GovTech?
No, it's the government itself.
GovTech, right?
MAS is governed by this as well. So
correct.
The head security in for the government sector, I think which agency was that?
GovTech?
Yeah, they push it down and everyone just has to follow.
Yeah, because GovTech is the one that actually creates the policies. I mean, they get all the agencies, ministries, and all that to get their inputs. Yeah, so that side was even stricter, right? Now they've made it a bit more flexible, but again, still stringent. Yeah, good. But there's a lot of things, good controls over there. You can see. Yeah, but thanks for the updates. Yeah, because I haven't seen IM8 for a while. Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks for sharing. I put in Anna here, if you notice, because she's also she has background in the banking side, so maybe she can also chip in. And I need someone, maybe Gabriel, you can assign someone to help compile all these bullet points, at least, just in terms of what will be required based on your discussion. Yeah. Okay, carry on. You have probably around 3 minutes more, and then I'll check on the rest.
Wait, Paulo. Paulo.
Yes.
The IS audit, the last point, are we referring to maybe the previous audit done, the read register, that kind?
No. Basically, this is external requirements, right? So, for example, if someone else requires you to do an IS audit, is there such thing? Yeah. So you have that kind of relationship. Now the example industry is banking.
Yeah.
So MAS requires certain things, IM8, etc. So it could be also an IS audit to be done. Like say annually at least. So I don't know. So because there could be such requirements for healthcare, like when you do VAPTs, or BCP requirements, for example, can also be something that is actually a requirement externally as being you need to comply with that requirement, basically.
True. But then the output or the
Yeah.
external identify those government or other relevant external requirement dealing with IS audit.
Yeah.
So,
So basically, for example,
VAPT
UOB from
reports.
VAPT. I'm pretty sure the CW is using VAPT.
Oh, because then we should list out VAPT reports. Is it the previous or the recent PAPT report, that kind of?
Yeah. So it means other external parties that you need to comply with that will require all these things and probably even more, right? So what are the things trying to do this kind of brainstorming or getting some information from those experts that we have, based on experience. Okay, let me check out in the other room and then let's reconvene shortly. Thank you.
Fourth point, organization of the activities of information technology services. We have not answered this one, or at least not gotten any information from here. Any inputs from here?
Could it be penetration tests, that kind? I don't know. Organization or activity of the IT services. Pen test result or pen test report.
How about those things? I'm not sure.
Pen test is penetration test.
Incident trendings, incident downtimes, SLAs. Does it come here?
That means that you follow that is under ITSM.
Or should you call it contractual agreement with external?
One of the
SLA, all this kind of thing.
SLAs comes under ITSM.
The one of the regulatory thing is compliance to MAS 655, right? The 655 is a regulation.
655 complaint. No.
655.
Any other inputs?
How about the CCOP?
CCOP
is a regulation also, right?
I thought it falls under the IM8 as well.
I don't know, man.
Any others?
I work for bank IT. IM8 was never a thing. At least till today, I didn't hear of it.
Future practices and uses for governance.
I did a search also just now on the internet. I couldn't find it. The CCOP is a regulation actually. You need to comply to it. Banking, right?
I'm putting in the chat. Should I be putting in the chat here?
And write CCOP. What is it?
For which one?
I couldn't hear it.
For which one? CCOP.
CCOP should be under external regulatory requirement, man.
So here,
So it should be under computer system practices and control, actually. But it applies more for IT as well as business also. Yeah.
Gilbert, this is the link for the instructions I made.
Okay.
Okay, we're going back to the room.
Sure.
What is
Recording
external
in
part that
progress.
you need to comply with for banking? Okay. So carry on. Can't hear anything though.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay.
talking on mute.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Go ahead.
So basically, this is what we discussed. So in terms of external data, right? External which we need to comply with. So in terms of retention, how long you need to retain your data, when you need to delete. PDPA also says about you shouldn't keep it for more than what you have. What is
Yeah.
the minimum? And if you're collecting things, right? How you need to store it, share it, keep it or not share it. So those kind of thing. PCI DSS compliance. This is something which we discussed not much. Something related to cards, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Then
Credit cards. Yeah.
yeah.
So it's payment card industry. Yeah.
Yeah.
PCI.
Then in terms of computer system and practices, right? We talked about governances, process, standard operating procedures, then compliance to TRM as well as CCOP, your critical data and critical infrastructure, right? How do you manage certain rules related to it, BCPs and stuff? Then corporate policies, IT policies related to government standards, right? IM8, which is in internal, right? Which also may flow down to other entities, CIS. Then other things like penetration tests, VAPTs, ITSM, different layers, right? SLAs, your downtimes, incident reports, managing them, change management
Okay.
stuff, MAS 655, which is also a regulatory thing. Yeah, so high level, this is what we discussed. Please add in anybody if I missed some things.
I see group two. You have anything to share? Who belongs to group 2?
Yeah. I'll go. I wrote the
Okay.
notes. Yeah.
Go ahead, Marcus. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody can see the screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for group 2, we are doing on power utilities. So basically, they are the Energy Management Authority is the one who regulates all this with the Cybersecurity Agency. So the audits are usually 12 to 24 months cycle. Well, the standard audits that we have to practice, I think, is quite similar to most people. CCOP 27001 and CII as well. Currently, we also need to take note about physical security, like the physical card access to the data centers. Also, like digital security, we review the access rights, we review the firewall policies. I guess that's where the VAPT may come into place as well. And also like fire safety, because it's a critical infrastructure. So protection equipment, like fires and fire extinguishers, they are very key important protection gear for the people who work there. So they also review like the expiry dates and yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of those things.
Yeah. And of course, most importantly as well, data recovery. So we do have like types of the tapes and backup storage. Most importantly, like because it's like power, there's a lot of information and data coming on. There's logs and they are triggered like 2 times, 2 different types of trigger points. One is time, one is volume. So it's kind of like backup every 2 to 4 weeks, or when it hits a certain threshold and it gets backed up as well before it goes to the offsite, dump site. Yeah. So that's kind of what we discussed.
Okay, hey, thanks a lot for sharing as well, Marcus. And just now, who was also sharing a little bit on the background, Ajmal, right?
Yeah, mostly come from him. Yeah, and the team. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Any questions for group 2? Anyone keen on when the next the power price will decrease?
Every 3 years, bro.
Increase or decrease? Okay. So thanks a lot. Hope we had a good discussion in your own rooms. Again, I know some of these industries might be new to you, but yeah, it's good to try to participate. At least if you have a question, feel free to ask as well, because that's why I'm here for, and also our friends who are in those industries. Yeah. Okay. So if not, let's move on. Let me share my screen again. Maybe let's take a 2-minute break again, just to reset, regain our composure now that we were all that worked up. Yeah. Okay. Get a drink and all that. See you in 2 minutes. Okay. Thanks. We'll have a lot of these short breaks in between, so don't worry. You can also go ahead and take a quick break. That's fine, as long as you can hear me, then you're not missing out. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Nice music. Okay, let's start again. Let's come back, guys. Okay, all here. Okay, let's proceed. Yeah. So now we had fun with the external compliance requirements. Okay. Now, in terms of the IS audit steps, now you want to determine the organizational compliance requirements. So first of all, you need to document all these applicable laws and regulations that you all discussed. So you need to document these. Make sure that you also assess whether management and the IT function have considered the relevant external requirements in their plans, policies, standards, and procedures, right? So you yourself did your bit of homework, and then when you interviewed people, you also tried to find out, so you have to document all these. When you also interview, do they know, are they aware that they should be complying to all these as well? Do they also have it in their policies? You review this internal IT department, function activity documents, and then you have to also check the laws that are applicable to the industry, right? And then are they adhering to the procedures? Are they doing what they say? Basically, determine if there are procedures in place to ensure contracts or agreements with external IT service providers reflect any legal requirements. So that's also part of being compliant and making sure that you also are in line with this contracts. Okay. Anyone here deals with contracts, procurement? Yeah. Anyone? No hands raised. Okay. Yeah. So normally, if you're dealing with a lot of contracts, somehow you're dealing also a lot with legal to a certain extent. Yes, you need to, even though you probably know a little bit, but maybe not to that extent. So you just want to make sure that you cover all the standard clauses. So normally they ask you, oh, is this the contract? Is this not so favorable for us? And you have to ask certain clauses to be included, etc. Okay. So just also make sure. And if you're the IT auditor, you're from an audit firm, you're also trying to also have this engagement with the clients, right? So you have to make sure that your documents are also complete, right? Your contracts are complete. Now let's go for this business process applications and controls. So normally, again, depending on your methodology and your IT audit, you can actually try to look for things that can go wrong for the business processes. So normally start with the business process, especially for external auditors. Yeah. And then when you're doing that IT audit portion, it's a similar fashion. So again, because you're doing the external audit for financial reporting, right? So you're doing a lot of these related to the financial systems, those that generate the financial reports. So this is the difference as compared to a full an IT environment kind of audit. Yeah. Of course, there'll still be those basic checks. So either normally for IT auditors, you check two main controls, like the GITCs, we call it, general IT controls. Yeah, so these are the basic infrastructure, hardware, software, settings. Again, you also have to be a bit more specific as to which part of these controls you want to put in scope. And then you have the IT application controls, more on the specific applications that you want to check, specific controls inside those applications. Yeah. So again, these have to be worked out with the client if you're from the audit firm perspective. Yeah, meaning you don't just go place. Of course, you can propose, but and you can also base it off past audits, seeing what has been done before. Check also if there are any new systems introduced, right, or new changes in the process, so that you can probably put a bit of new controls or things to be checked in the audit, for those new systems that are related, of course, to whatever system you're trying to scope in. Okay. And then here it mentions these are embedded and designed, right? These controls are embedded and designed in the business application that supports the process. That means they're all automated controls. I mean, they're also already all the checks need to be there, all the defaults should be there. but you're just there to also make sure that they're actually doing all these things right, and that they're working. Basically, you want to make sure that these controls are working effectively, and in this case, these controls may be a combination of management controls, program controls, and some manual controls as well. Yeah, but again, sometimes some software may have limitations when they bought this off the shelf, for example, or sometimes they have to do a bit of workaround. If they don't have much budget, they can't, make the changes themselves. Until the time that they do these workarounds, like the manual controls that are mentioned here. So it could be an approval process. Yeah, but at least you have to check if they're doing it. Yeah, and is it critical in that specific business process? So there's a note on the right. So to effectively audit business application systems, an IS auditor must obtain a clear understanding of the application system under review. Yeah. So this is why you need to really know IT to a certain extent, because or the system you're auditing, right? Because if you don't, then you don't know what exactly it does. You don't know what to check for. Yeah, maybe you cannot probably do the function yourself, but you can ask, of course, the auditee the proper questions. Okay. Yeah, for example, you're not expected to know programming, but somehow you need to know what the system does, or what are the features and what's possible. That's why, especially for those COT software, off the shelf, commercial off the shelf software, or those big enterprise systems, you may need some people with that kind of background or experience or training, like SAP, Dynamics, even Oracle. Yeah. These are some of the things that you can look at. So aside from the audit side of things, the IT side, you also have to beef up your training. Yeah. So these are some examples of business application systems. So just take a look. I'd like to use you to use your annotate function. Which do you think are there inside your own organizations? Yeah. Do you have an e-commerce software? You can put a tick mark beside it, or a nice smiley. Yeah, go ahead, feel free. Use the annotate function on Zoom. If you're familiar with that, it's one of those menu items there, icons, and just let it run. Yeah, you can use a text. There's or draw. You can draw. So go ahead. Yeah. Maybe you can try to make it look nice. Email, of course, yes. I will also tick on that every time. Email. Say, put a star. I can put star. What else? CRM mostly. Okay. The rest. Star. This one. Even on a personal basis, right? ATM. Supply chain management, normally companies would have. CRM, some will have. Yeah. Artificial intelligence. What else? Well, everyone has artificial intelligence already. E-commerce, definitely. Food Panda, for example. Or Shopee. These are e-commerce sites. Or your own company may have its own e-commerce site. Yeah. Purchasing, you need to buy something, right? So someone has to do that. Give you some more time. How about the rest? Choose your own stamp or drawing. Okay, but yeah. Show your own style, and what are the things applicable to you? Okay. Going. Gone. Okay, let me just take a souvenir of that. Very good. Okay. So those who, I think the most popular one is what? CRM. Okay. And the email, of course. So let's go to CRM, because I think email, everyone uses email definitely. And there's also payment systems, right? And electronic funds transfer. We'll get to that. But CRM, those who ticked under CRM, or customer relationship management, what kind of CRMs do you use? Anyone care to share?
I won't be able to give details, huh?
Yeah, no details. I
I've
just
seen
need a brand or whatever you use. Yeah.
Siebel, Microsoft.
Siebel, okay, Microsoft as well.
Yeah.
Who else?
I'm using Pega.
Oh, Pega. Okay. How's it so far? Good.
Expensive.
Oh, expensive. Okay. Okay. So we avoid Pega. But why do you use Pega even though it's expensive? That's my question.
PRM. That's
Oh,
yeah.
it's very, very specific for your case, Ren.
Mm.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Shule. How about the rest? Are those all who put CRM? Yeah, my background has been SAP, Microsoft, and a little bit of Salesforce. Yeah, so these are the 3 CRMs I normally used before and worked on, implemented. How about for payment systems and electronic funds transfer? Anyone care to share what you have? I think only a few, but let's see anyway. Anyone? Those who put the 2 tick marks, yeah, star there.
I put the tick, but I don't know the vendor product name.
Oh, just have the vendor, maybe the application itself. Do you have a name for the application? You give it a nickname or something like that?
Payment system, yeah.
Is it like this is a POS system or what?
I don't know.
Or for external
Yeah.
payment of
I don't know
something?
details, sorry, yeah.
Hmm?
For banks, could SWIFT be under
Yeah,
this?
Swift is possible. Yeah, correct.
Past all of this.
Oh, fast. Yes, that's right. Okay, so normally for banks, they will have their own network, right? And I think if ever there's blockchain, they might have their own community as well for blockchain, if ever they decide to do that in the future. Yeah. Are they doing it now? And I think they did, right? I think I saw news sometime back of a launch. Maybe those from our friend from MAS can verify that. There was something on blockchain that you were trying out before, or is that not materialized yet?
Not materialized.
Okay. Yeah. Because I remember for yeah, there's a couple of things that MAS is working on. Plus, you have some of your legacy, right? The MEPS it was also there, MEPS Plus and all that. Yeah.
MIPS,
Okay.
MIPS is going away.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. I think that's it. We had a bit of fun. Yeah. So try to use these times to be a bit more creative. Let's proceed. And wait, I have to clear all these first. Clear the mess. Okay, great. Let's go on now. But it's good. You have a now idea of what are these different business applications. So these can be the things you can see in your client. Okay. And these are the things you can actually go in and audit. Yeah. And if you're not familiar with some of these, then you better read up before you go. Of course, you still have a chance to dig deeper, but at least know something about it. Like, for example, the industrial control systems. If ever you go for the power side, and there might be some that will be there that's also integrated into what you're going to audit. So it might be good to read more about it. These are the ones that run the equipment. Yeah. And then you have the interactive voice response, for example.
Industrial control is more like those environmental controls, is it? Or something?
Yeah, I mean that's one example. Some of them will be for the environment. Some of them may be because of the
like the SCADA, is it?
SCADA will be there,
yeah.
PLCs. Yeah, but again, this those are again different applications depending on the equipment and the environment that you're doing, right? Is again to automate certain things. Yeah, but again, it's a different world compared to IT. But now they're trying to merge this OT, call it operation technology, and the IT side, which makes it a bit more dangerous if that's the case. If the OT systems aren't really prepared to handle the IT side and the internet. Yeah, because there might be some use to connecting to the internet, but at the same time there could be risks as well. Yeah. Okay. Like some cases, some research has proved that they actually make some of these equipment explode. And what if it's in the Stuxnet issue last time? There was a nuclear power plant that actually got this kind of attack before. Yeah. So what are the things that can potentially cause some damage or even fatalities, right? Okay, so again, that's why the IT auditors are here, to help prevent such things, and the cybersecurity warriors too. So using the services of other auditors and experts. So when you're using these external or outside experts, right, consider the following. So we have restrictions of our outsourcing, So we have to make sure that sometimes they're probably not required or probably regulated as well. So some of the things you have to know your regulations then. I'm not sure if the cloud side has relaxed for banking, for example. That could be some of the things. Yeah. Any take on that, Gabriel? So cloud adoption for banks.
They still use G Cloud.
They have to use G Cloud for banks, Singapore banks. Okay. So they basically have to go through the that platform that the government offers, right? Okay. Then you have the audit charter or contractual stipulations that are mentioned. Of course, what are the things that you can do? And then for the thing is, outside experts are good. So what are the things that are allowed and not allowed? So you have to make sure that you have to know about these things. And the skill sets, of course, you're bringing them on normally for their skill sets, their experience. Okay, so these are some of the things you include. And then impact on IS audit risk. And then overall specific IS audit objectives. What's the impact on that if you bring in all these external parties, right? External experts. How about independence and objectivity, right? Is it really going to be from your side? So any going to be conflict of interest, for example? And then professional competence, qualifications, experience. Are they right for the job that's meant to be? Okay. Do they have the proper background? That's why they normally send also their experience for this. But they're going to be part of the team if you bring them in. But then again, in terms of all these contractual obligations, restrictions, you have to be careful about them. And then, of course, scope of work proposed to be outsourced, and supervisory and audit management controls as well. Again, because it's a very sensitive thing. You're gonna also open up the client's details, right, and all that. So let's do this activity, another one. So can anyone help read this, please? How about Anna?
You have been assigned to an integrated audit of payroll processes and need to plan the IT audit portion of the engagement. What is the most important business process area that you need to consider? To help you perform the audit, would it be better to know the IS audit budget or to know the CIO and CFO risk profile for payroll processes?
Okay, so let's do this again in breakout rooms. Try to answer it, discuss for a while, and then come back with your answers for these questions. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Let me just set up again the breakout rooms. Okay, there it is. Okay, open again. It's free to join then. I'll probably move one of you guys to the other side. Balance it out. Hi, Alvin and Seng Kwong. Maybe you'd like to join your breakout rooms. You're both nice animals there.
Thanks, Gabriel. You're the best. Most important business.
You have a copy here already. Okay.
So do we need to identify the payroll processors first?
Yeah, you can start with that. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, if you have a general idea, yeah, no need to really go into detail. Yeah. I just like you to think about each side of the coin. So just see what are the things that are the benefits, the pros and cons of knowing the IS audit budget, or to know the CIO and CFO risk profile. So you discuss, and then we'll get back to the main room in a while. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
No experience in this area.
Yeah, but you can give a good guess. So sometimes an educated guess is good enough.
Yeah, I'm just guessing.
Hmm.
So when it comes to payroll processes, right, two aspects, right? One is because we are just talking about the IT part, right? So
Yeah.
it's the payroll application and the infrastructure, right, which is there to support it. So yeah, payroll application and payroll, the IT infrastructure and payroll application one. So two different.
But that is
One is
not
the
really
application part and one is the
process,
infrastructure part.
So what is which?
So so the infrastructure will not have payroll, but it will be more like, because it's general IT infrastructure, right?
What's the most important business process area you will consider? Either the payroll or IS budget, audit budget.
I think it's not the budget, it's more of the payroll processes.
So if payroll processes is the most important business process area, why?
Because okay, what would it be? IS budget.
I mean, we are talking about business process here, right? It's not related to the second part. These are two different questions.
Sorry, the second part is not about the payroll process, right? It is about knowing the CIO and CFO risk profile.
Hmm.
I'm not
So
sure.
we're talking about the
CIO
business process here, right?
So which is more of a business impact? If payroll processes is selected to be the more important business process, right, what's the business impact and why so?
So I thought the business process area to consider is the function and process of this system.
If it's payroll, then it's staff salary, right? Yeah, the monthly processing.
Yeah, so
Yeah, specifically for this company. Exactly what it does and the processes, right?
So the business impact would be
Basically,
very good out.
actually, all this is very confidential info, right? Right from the names of the people to the salary, what they are getting monthly. So how is that information secured, right, from everybody?
So Gabriel, you started off with the payroll infrastructure and the application part of it. I think that was kind of relevant, right? So the infrastructure could be how the
Infrastructure is the one
application.
which supports the application, and the application is the
Exactly, the front end.
yes.
Yeah. So the infrastructure could be how that application is interacting, or it is interfaced to the staff list or the leave management system, those kind of things to kind of
Keep talking. I'm just typing out based on
no, I'm
summarizing.
I'm just imagining. I really do not have much information from.
Maybe it's the integration between system and the payment mode. How or linked to the bank at the end of the day is the bank that receive the salary crediting, that kind.
Maybe also have to decide who's going to talk later.
Yes. Okay.
And the security mechanism, so that is credited correctly. You call it employer or employee A will not be credited to employee B, or is it called the validation, whatever?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Security and validation.
And accuracy, right? Yeah.
Security hashing means that every transactions that you have, you remember when you do your business transactions or even your pay now, you do have a string of numbers, right? When you do a business transaction. So each time when you do pay now, PayLah, or even just doing your payments of your buying of your systems or buying of items, you're given a receipt that has a hashtag or basically a tagging number. That is security hashing. From your transmissions to your ending would have to be the same.
Yeah, it's basically basically verify if it's tampered with or not.
Yeah.
The integrity of the data, or corrupted maybe. So sometimes it's not intentional.
Then for the second part, payroll is just to
compare. Yeah, which one do you think is better? Yeah, IS audit budget or the CIO CFO risk profile. Yes, correct.
Choose one. Oh, okay.
Choose one, then you agree as a group, and then why?
Profile.
Justify it. Yeah.
Risk profile per payroll process.
Yeah, so you discuss it among yourselves and justify the reasons why. Okay. Okay. How much more time do you need? Are you done with the first? You think which one is the most important? Have you you've considered?
Everyone agreed on the risk profile is more important from a business process standpoint.
Oh yeah. But from the most important business process area.
It's infrastructure, right?
Okay, infrastructure, right? Okay. But it's a business process area. So which exactly? Normally, it's talking about the business side, not the IT side.
But this is payroll, right? So it's payroll processing, the monthly payroll processing.
Yeah, precisely. So why the infrastructure? Unless there's something that you talk about infrastructure, yeah. Then talk about the business. So it's focusing on the business side.
So monthly payroll processing, the most important.
So the monthly payroll processing. You can put it there as long as you can
No, you could just keep it like that. Just the monthly payroll comes as the business area, man, on top.
Okay.
So I'll still stick
Yeah.
with infra.
Yeah, the infrastructure is more like we are defining, right? What comprises.
Business processes.
Yeah. Most important business process is monthly processing.
Okay. Anyway, let's discuss later. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
For finals, I'll bring everyone back if you're done.
Okay.
I'll probably give everyone back 1 minute again, to wrap up. Yeah.
Hey, who's going to talk?
Yeah, wrap up there.
Sorry, for the CIO and CFO risk profile, what exactly are we,
So again, it depends on what you understand about it. Yeah. So this is from their side, what is the risk appetite, for example, in the background. Again, we're talking about the payroll process, right? Yeah. So again, for CFO side, of course, what is stake on the payroll processes, and CIO as well. Yeah, because he's the one in charge of the system, right? The system itself. He's making it run. Yeah. The other one is he's also making it run from the financial standpoint. Is it budgeted and all that?
So do you mean if their appetite, CIO or CFO appetite is very high for the payroll processes, so our system audit will be what? Very critical and need to.
No, I mean there are other factors as well. It's basically just comparing between IS audit budget and the CIO and CFO risk profile. So you're comparing between these two. Don't make it much larger than it is. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Paulo brought up a very interesting one. CIO person is overlooking systems. CFO is overlooking money. Right? If both of them are corrupt, you're gonna have an issue.
Correct.
But here I think they are asking us to see whether
the
budget
CIO,
is
right?
more important than the risk appetite in order to perform.
Both the focus areas are different, right?
Yeah.
CIO is more on the system side. CFO is more on the money side. CFO should be more on how can I pay the money, and CIO is that everything, whatever they are running, right, for a payroll systems, right from the data processing and everything, right, is accurate and secure. This is what I think.
But when performing the audit, how does it impact an auditor to know the risk profile of CIO and CFO? I'm a bit confused there.
Actually, more important would be CIO rather than CFO. That's what I think.
It's an end. It's an end.
It will impact if you know their risk profile better, then you can weigh your risk.
Hey, who's talking? Who's talking?
Yeah.
You can prioritize your risk area.
Who's talking? Who's going to talk?
Alvin is talking. His avatar is moving.
Because we have 31 seconds. Oh, okay. Okay, done. Alvin?
I have no idea who's the one going to present.
I can talk, but I mean, I need you all to support me.
Okay, let's go and have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If nobody is ready, I can talk. I have no issues.
I can talk, but
Okay, then go ahead, Anna. Yeah.
Yeah.
We will support. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Recording in
Yes,
progress.
Very good. Okay. So group 1, you care to share what your answers are? So who's your spokesperson for group 1?
Hi, Paulo. I'll be
Okay.
speaking.
Yes, go ahead, Anna.
Thank you. So our first question is, what is the most important business process area that you need to consider? So from our group, we were considering that we need to understand the system infrastructure. And in order to understand that, we need to have certain details, for instance, the staff names, how the system is integrated with the leave management system. Those are the things that we needed to understand. We also need to understand that the data is confidential in each of these systems. So how much each person is getting paid, the ranks, all of that, perhaps, I mean, these are confidential data. So security, hashing, validation, and accuracy of the data are quite important. And
okay, so is that the first question? You finished for the first question?
yes, yeah.
Okay, so I'll stop you there first.
Would want to chip in, please.
Yeah. So my question to that is again, I tried to stress it earlier. So it's asking for the most important business process area, right? So it's still the infrastructure that you're saying, right? Is that correct?
The infrastructure is the supporting. The business impact, the business process itself would be the monthly payments.
Ah, there you go. Yes, the monthly payments, payroll payments. Okay.
Yes.
So I think that's what the question is trying to ask. So you mentioned about the monthly payroll, then that's the one that actually that's still focusing on the business process, because you have to know what the ask is all about, right? So the ask here is just simply the business process area. So you determine that it's actually the monthly payments that's the important thing, and that's just good enough. I don't go about the other details around it. Yeah. So the question is whether it's going to be payroll, is it's going to be whatever, kind of other things around HR. Yeah. The onboarding, maybe when you negotiate the cost of the salary of the person. Yeah. The contracts.
Or like the recent cases have been happening of money laundering.
Money laundering, yeah, correct. Oh, my goodness, all those billion-dollar
Yeah.
total. Wow. All the assets suddenly just came in. I don't know how. Amazing, right? Yeah. Most important business process area. So the thing is, you know that you're going to audit what? What are you going to audit? Yeah. So it's based on the question. So you have been assigned to an integrated audit of payroll processes and need to plan the IT audit portion of the engagement. So in this case, the question is actually trying to lure you into looking at the whole business, all the business processes, and which ones do you think you will actually look at? Yeah. So definitely in this case, anything around the payroll. So in your case, you looked at the monthly payroll process specifically. So that's good. Yeah. In terms of going down deeper to the infrastructure, I'm saying it's not necessary at this point because it's not part of it's not asked by the question. Yeah. Okay, but of course, this will be the things you will look at when you do go into the monthly payroll process. Yes, that's right. And now if you go to the second part of your question, maybe the second question, between the IS audit budget and the CIO and CFO risk profiles for the payroll process, which one do you think would be better to know when you perform the audit?
CFO risk profile.
Yes. Why is that?
Because here what we are talking about, right? We are not talking more on the money aspects, but more on the business processing, right? Which is happening. So when you're looking at the application, how do the CIO and CFO, right, rate this particular business processes? What is their risk rating, the risk assessment, right? So that all should matter because we're talking about processes. So
yes. So normally, don't zoom in directly into the IT side of things. So that's the point here. Focus on the business process. Then you find the things that can go wrong, and the risks, the weaknesses, the vulnerabilities. These are the things you go about once you know which business processes you're supposed to zoom in on. Yeah. Okay, and of course you need to know the flow. You need to know the impact, the relationships, dependabilities. These are the things you look at when you try to audit certain business processes. Okay, what can go wrong? What do we call it? I don't know what you call it on your side, Anna. If you have this kind of business process, approach. Yeah. Normally, you start from the business process, then you have different risks, you define the risk based on the what can go wrong areas. Yeah, so you just list it out depending on that, and you somehow tag them. That's how we do it based on the business processes. Then we tag certain things that can go wrong, and then we try to go and focus on what controls do we need to actually test, so that we can try to see which ones can be prevented if it's still working, if the controls there are working. You know, for these areas that can actually go wrong, these are basically your risk points, right? Process risk points. And then based on these process risk points, you can have a lot of these controls that you can put in place. So then you've determined which controls should be properly should be there. And then you can try to test these controls in the end. Yeah.
So it's similar to self-assessment, right?
Risk control self-assessment.
Yeah.
Depending on the second line functions, CSA basically.
Yes.
Bring to, right?
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, but again, it starts from the business process analysis like this. Okay, thanks again, Group 1. How about Group 2? Yeah. What do you think for this case? You got a little bit of tips there. Yeah, but from your side, what do you think is the most important business process? For them, it's a monthly payroll payment. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I guess for us, we went through the whole HRMS thing, but in the end, we decided that payout calculation and payouts are the most important.
Calculations, okay.
Yeah, because we have people from different citizenships, different countries. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you can't make mistakes, right?
That's right. Yeah. Because So other than that, then for part 2 is the CIO CFO risk profile as well, because they're the key stakeholders. And of course to control whether they would override any of the audit process as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Different kind of perspective, but yeah.
Okay, if you know, so basically they're just more on the audit engagement itself, the relationships maybe. Okay. Which ones are the tough nut to crack or what?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, thanks a lot, Marcus. I mean, very good points from each side. Yeah. So give yourselves a round of applause, guys. Okay, thanks. Let's move on now to the next. What time is it? Okay, still good. There's a discussion question here. Anyone care to take this on?
No presentation yet.
Oh yeah, sorry. Came from the breakout room. That's right. And you took over. So let me take over now. There you go. Okay, good. Okay, there's a couple of anyways, multiple choice. So let's call on Patricia. You want to try this? The quieter you are, the more I'll call. Give you a chance. Yeah. Go ahead. Read the question out loud and then see what your answer is.
Due to the resource constraints of the IS audit team, the audit plan as originally approved cannot be completed. Assuming that the situation is communicated in the audit report, which course of action is most acceptable? A. Test the adequacy of the control design. B. Test the operational effectiveness of controls. C. Focus on auditing high-risk areas. And D. To rely on management testing of controls. I personally think that the answer is C. To focus on auditing the high-risk areas. Yeah.
Okay. Good. Everyone agrees?
Actually, I feel the D.
Bravo. Correct? B? As in Bravo?
No, D,
Delta.
Denmark.
Yeah. Rely on management testing of controls, right?
Yeah.
But would it be an objective verification? That's the thing. Yeah.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't,
Yeah.
but if you have less manpower, right, you have to rely on management test control and just do whatever is minimum, right?
Well, actually, when I went about this, I was trying to also scratch my head last time, because there's actually some proper methodology or procedures that you need to do before you can actually rely on these the results of the management reports, right? The internal controls, all this management testing. Yeah. So it's not, and sometimes even the the process actually just verify them. It's already quite cumbersome. So you have to ask yourself, is it really going to help or not? Because you have to also check the background of all those who did the testing at that time. You have to do your background check, huh? So you have to get the skill sets, experience of those doing the internal controls, for example, the management testing. Yeah, so it's not straightforward that they have it, you take it and go, right? So it's not like that. So there are procedures around whether or not this can be acceptable to rely on. Yeah. So you have to look at all these factors. Okay, so the best answer here is actually C, is correct. Thanks a lot, Patricia. So it's basically focusing on auditing high risk areas. Yeah, that takes priority. Yeah. Okay, again, in these kind of exam questions, when you're taking the actual certification exam for CISA, yeah, sometimes there's some gray areas like this, but then you basically just choose the best answer. Yeah, that's all I can say. And by doing the practice exams, it helps you to spot the best answer. So you'll see a trend on how some of these are being answered, and then hopefully that one will come out also in the exam or something similar, and you'll be lucky to get the right one. Okay, someone put a tick mark. Very good. Thank you. So let's be clear. Oh, someone cleared it also. Thank you. Let's move on. Next one, let's call on who was that just now? Another quiet guy. Rajesh. I know Rajesh already did. Let's call on Alvin. Alvin, you want to take this?
Although management has stated otherwise, an IS auditor has reasons to believe that the organization is using software that's not licensed. In this situation, the IS auditor should first.
What? You can say which ones?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking. Yeah, I think the answer should be A, include a statement from management in the audit report.
Out of all the answers here. Yeah. So but we've normally before including.
Sorry, I meant C, include the item in the audit report.
What's the difference now if A or C?
A seems like a management response to the finding, but C is stating the effect of the field work first about this situation.
So this is based on the question and the background. It says that management stated, right? But what do you do when someone states something?
You have to verify it, right?
There you go. Yes, you have to
Yeah.
verify. It's a step before, right? So you don't just take their word for it. Just verify first. Ask for evidence if you have to. Why do you say that actually it's not licensed and all that? Yeah. And is there anything that can show to support this statement? Yeah. So this is some of the important things. You have to make sure it's verified, factual. There's evidence to back it up. Yeah. So again, working as an auditor is a serious role. You're being hired for the company as a third party. So to actually audit the whole system. Yeah. So as a third party, you have to make sure that you gather all the evidence properly, factually, and then keep it also safe, and that will support the results of your audit. Yeah, audit report. Okay. Clear? Okay, so that's the right answer is in this case B. Yes, that's right. Okay. Let's go ahead and go. Wait, where's my mouse now? Okay, this is all over. Jumping. Okay, that's it for this part. Now we can take a 2-minute break. Again, reset our brains, get whatever you need to do. Yeah. And come back in 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, can you go back to that question? Just to take a look.
New slide.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Just remember last. Okay. Okay. Let's proceed. So we'll have a break at 3:30. Okay. Let's proceed with this. Oops, there's a star. So let's talk now about the types of controls. Okay. So now for internal controls, these are normally composed of policies, procedures, practices, and organizational structures, right? So basically they will check on what should be achieved and what should be avoided. Yeah, these are the things that they address. Okay. And again, mainly to reduce the risk for the organization, right? Now, control classification, just to let you know, in case you're not familiar, those who took the CCAK maybe have some idea about this already, but for those who are new, for your benefit, so you have these different classes or classifications. So we have controls that are preventative, right? So these are the functions or the features of preventive controls. Of course, they need to detect and also prevent at that point, right? Attempt to predict potential problems as well, prevents an error from happening. And then you have the detective, which is they use the controls that detect and notify. Basically, most of the time they report or notify such incidents. Yeah. And then the corrective, minimize the impact of a threat, and also try to fix or remedy the situation. Yeah. So just take a look at some of these things and let me know if you have any questions. So there's some things like segregate duties, right? So which is more of a deterrent factor in this case, but basically also preventing people from doing anything collusive, right? So from end to end, like fraud, for example, if they can control the ordering up to all the way to the payment. Yeah. So are they paying the right persons, the right vendors? And then use well-designed documents. Mainly this one, if you have a well-designed document, you can try to prevent errors from happening in it. So people are clear on the form, what they're supposed to do. They know how much field length, is maximum. The system will give them that, validation or error message. Yeah. So these are all preventive kinds of controls. Okay, clear? Can you give me some more examples? Some concrete examples, for example, of preventive controls or solutions that you know of? Let's call on Rajesh. So what do you think, Rajesh? Your name is Preventive control or what?
Examples of preventive control. Data encryption.
Okay, it prevents what? What risk?
From data being leaked in case of any breaches.
Okay, good. Or in case of device loss, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. How about for detective? Anyone?
Monitoring?
Gilbert, you say?
Monitoring?
Monitoring tools, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like what exactly? Yeah, network monitoring, I guess.
Yeah, network monitoring or
Okay.
your EMS tools, right?
Okay.
Could be server monitoring.
Yeah.
Database monitoring.
Network, like Tenable OT.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thank you. Now corrective. This one. This one is corrective normally. Kiyu, want to take this?
DRP.
Okay. So in what way will it be corrective? Yeah, maybe also
because thing happened already, so they have to do a corrective.
Okay. Disaster recovery plan, right? But the plan is
Yes.
prior. But I guess the exercise, once you are ready, then something that will help correct it as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could be like so what will help it become a corrective process? Yeah. So normally it has to be there has to be that action of actually correcting it. Yeah.
Actually, in order to correct it, you have to detect it, right?
Yeah, so that's the prior part, but the assumption here is that it's already happened. Now you need to correct it. Yeah.
Maybe like the reviewing the, like for example, a firewall policy and remove the unauthorized access.
The actual removal of the but what control will do the preventive part? Yeah. As the corrective part, sorry.
I think the testing of the plan.
GPO?
Testing of the plan, okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, okay. Then basically, the thing is, there's something that you actually cause to, let's say, again, depending on your simulation, right? So yeah, you do that kind of situation.
Would this be the actual execution?
Yeah, in terms of the corrective, there's a control that you put in, that will actually activate as a corrective control once the actual incident happens in this case. Yeah. So I'm trying to ask you guys, what kind of corrective controls can you think of?
If they do a rehearsal, right, then they can do the corrective action, right? If they found something is not in place.
Yeah, would it be just like reconfiguration or something?
No, sorry, your question on Marcus is reconfiguration for which one?
Depending on what was detected. I mean,
no, that's not a control per se.
That's not control. Okay.
So they're looking for a control, right? So what would be the control in this case? Yeah. If something happens normally, if you don't put a control, you have to do that manually and everything, and it's not gonna be properly done. So what would be a good control as for corrective action? Yeah.
Incident response plan.
Okay, incident response plan. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it corrective in this case?
To mitigate the impact of the breaches per se.
Yeah. So some of the good corrective controls would be the automated ones actually. So for example, you have the you have the anti-malware software, right? So they found a virus and they clean it up. Yeah. So those are more like corrective controls. And then for software, people do a typo. I mean, as simple as that. Do a typo and then the system autocorrects. Yeah, those are corrective controls, and in terms of examples of corrective controls. Yeah.
All those network links, right? DDoS attack,
yeah, then it can reroute, right? So if you have the way to actually reroute the DDoS attacks, yeah, to another service, for example, those can be corrective controls, yeah, so that you yourselves don't experience it, yeah. You don't get affected by it directly or as much. Okay, so those are corrective. You have to the control itself has to do the correction. Okay. Russ, what you're doing is more on the exercise and all that. That's in preparation. Yeah. So that's good, but that's more like preventive in this case. You're preparing people. But when it actually time comes, it lessens the impact as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Next is so any questions so far, by the way? Yeah.
Now, how about the access control? Is it comes under the correctiveness? Accessing
So access control, for example, someone attempts
like on unauthorized access to
unauthorized access, right? Yeah. So
yeah.
For example, after X number of times, how do you fix it? So first of all, is the intruder no, they managed to actually go in already. Yeah.
I think there's something more similar, like about sharing content outside of your organization. Would that apply?
Okay.
Right, like Microsoft has
So
that.
So again, the question is, what's the control?
Yeah, so Microsoft prevents you from sharing content that is
Oh, you're talking about DLP.
Yeah, DLP, yeah.
Yeah, DLP solutions. Okay, that one doesn't even go through, right? So it's more preventive in this case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It prevents you from that from happening.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Here, something already happens, like let's say you have a fire. Corrective is what? Fire extinguisher. Yeah, so that's another simple example. You fix something to actually fix the problem. If you don't have a fire extinguisher, you can't do that. Yeah. So that's a control you can put. You have fire extinguishers near several areas, key points. Yeah, for example. Okay.
How about automated gate that locks your data server room after the breach has been detected?
A physical breach, you mean? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, could be. But it doesn't correct the situation. So that's the thing. It doesn't necessarily correct the situation.
The correction is the gate that will lock it automatically.
So once it detects an intruder, it locks up the intruder. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Possible. Okay. Yeah, again, some of these can be actually overlapping. So it means the same control can actually sometimes function as a detective and preventive or something like that. That's okay. But some again, if they were designed normally for a main function, yeah. Like some can be purely deterrent, yeah. So it's not in this list or class, but these are the three main ones that you want to look at, yeah. Okay. So let's move on. Okay. Cover more ground here. Thank you. So now let's go on to control objectives. So again, we're looking at the control. When you create controls, make sure that has an objective. What's the purpose of that control, right? And how do you measure it so that you can actually manage it, right? So what you can't measure, normally you can't manage. Yeah, you can't manage what you can't measure. That's what you say. And then you have the, so this is a description. I'll just read off the key points, right? So it's an objective of one or more operational areas or roles to be achieved in order to contribute to the fulfillment of strategic goals of the company. That's mainly the key message there. And then the other one is activity contributing to the fulfillment of a control objective. So when you put a control measure, that's the activity. And then both the control objective and control measures serve as the decomposition of the strategic level goals into such lower level goals and activities and it cascades basically. Yeah. So the measure is basically the controls you're gonna put. Yeah. What exactly are you gonna control? Yeah. And then for the IS control objectives, so of course this is all relating to IS side or IT side, right? Effective control for each IT process area. IS control objectives are statements for the desired results or purposes to be achieved by implementing the controls around these info systems. Yeah. And then what else? Of course, there are certain policies, procedures, practices, and organization structures. Okay. And of course, other things like reasonable assurance. they need to provide that kind of reasonable assurance that they are the business objectives will be achieved in this case, yeah, despite having these undesired events. And then you can prevent them, you can correct them or detect them at that point. Okay. Basically, we want the business to still continue doing what it's doing. And that's the main control objective, one of the main control objectives here. Okay. Okay, so don't lose sight of that. So sometimes we overemphasize on all the technology, all the buzzwords. Yeah, and if we lose sight of the business side, then we're already starting to misalign with the business. Yeah, we're no longer in alignment with the business. Okay, so the other things are here too. Again, long set of IS control objectives that you can look at. You need to safeguard assets. So I'll leave you to it to read this. I believe these are also in your handouts. Let me just see which ones we need to highlight. It mentions about BCPs and DRPs, so that's good, yes. Okay, so you're preparing for such incidents that in case they happen, right? Okay, so I would say like more of training people around BCP and DRP will be actually a way for them to apply certain controls. And that in a sense is a control to prepare your people. Yeah. And then ensuring integrity and reliability of systems by implementing effective change management procedures that are there. Okay. And SLAs. So for service level agreements, there can be when you perform from when vendors have agreements with the company, with your client, for example, you have to make sure that these are met. Okay, so these are some of the things that they have promised. Then are they delivering it according to their promise? Okay. Or the client itself could be also providing certain services. So are they also delivering on their promises? Yeah. So it depends on your client, right? What kind of client you're actually auditing. Okay, what else? Any questions about these control objectives? So some of you may have already known about the system development lifecycle, or last time also software development, but again, to be more general, system development lifecycle. And so it's again another one of those standard methodologies. And then we have the general controls. Okay, sorry for the slides, Isaka made them very wordy. But again, it's again important because you want the details out. Yeah. So we have internal accounting controls, operational controls, especially for those that are for the day-to-day operations, right? So internal accounting controls are concerned safeguarding of assets and reliability of financial information. So that's very important. And what you'll be doing most of the time as an IT auditor, especially when hand in hand with the external audit, right? So when you're doing the external audit, there's a focus again on the financial information of your clients and then the processes that surround it. So where does revenue come from, for example? Where are all the investments made? And then you have to look at all the systems that support such key processes for the client around the financial control. So that's why they also include accounts payable sometimes, right? So they're paying people on time. They have also the AR side of things. Are they actually reflecting accounts receivables properly? They're billing at the right timing. Is it upon delivery or even before delivery? Yeah. So these are the things that you need to look at. Of course, they're all related also to some of the accounting principles, right? So if you're not familiar with accounting, you can read a little bit on that so that you can understand your counterparts, external auditors or financial auditor counterparts. Okay, and then next is administrative controls. You want to concern about operational efficiency, right? Are you wasting things? Yeah. So resources, raw materials, and all that. But at the same time, policies on the IT side. In terms of are your service underutilized and all that. So what are the administrative controls you can put in terms of, let's say, procurement, in terms of, let's say, some of the security around your IT assets, okay? And then the organizational security policies. Again, there could also be other policies around that. Make sure that you have proper usage and securing the assets. So we travel overseas, for example, right? What are the things that are also applicable in that country, right? Have you considered that? Does your current company's policy consider that? Do you have any policies around, let's say, even using artificial intelligence nowadays? Yeah. Last time it was just using social media. They came out with a social media policy. Yeah. And then now there's all these new other technologies. If you're not careful, you may also get into trouble. Yeah. But as an IT auditor, you have to know how to what's the current trend and where to look out for these. And then you have access and use procedures and practices. So in terms of making sure that people have the right access, physical and logical security policies as well. Yeah. For facilities like your data centers, your server room, and those key areas where you keep your backups as well. Where do you keep your backups? What kind of BCP are you running? What kind of DRP you're running? Okay. Any questions so far? Okay, let's move on. So let's talk about these IS-specific controls. So normally each general control can be translated into an IS-specific control, right? And so what does that mean? So when we talk about general control, it's normally coming from, let's say, all these general sources. Let's say protect your password or protect the system. It's very generic. Then you have to make sure that once the business side of things or this kind of general controls are there, you have to be more specific about it. You can put more, let's say, you need to have MFA, for example. You can put the password length requirements. Yeah. So these are some of the things you can look at. And procedures would also include the IT strategy, the direction, and then for general organization and management of the IT function. So how do you make sure that IT is running smoothly? Access to IT resources are there. Of course, including data and programs. What are the things that are allowed, not allowed? How do you make sure that things are provisioned properly? Then systems development and methodologies and change control, very important. How do you know you're getting the right versions and making the right changes? What's the rationale for these changes? Yeah, are people just putting in changes without thinking? Yeah. So even the patches, yeah. Are you doing testing on the patches that you put in? So these are some of the things you have to look at, which are IS specific, right?
But aren't they all just processes?
The processes will translate into certain because they will have each their own process risks, and then they will have to put controls around them. Yeah. Okay. You understand the difference? I mean, sometimes it's subtle because you're talking about the same thing. Like our exercise on the payroll, right? So the payroll was all about the payroll processing, but then you had the systems around it. So what are the controls around the payroll processing in terms of the system? Yeah. So maybe the payroll processing may have to make sure that you'll be able to filter, only the right people to be paid at that time. Yeah. So some may be paid on a monthly basis. Some may not be paid. May be paid on a weekly or daily basis and all that. So what are the things about the monthly payment that will be unique? And then in terms of the accuracy of the payments, what controls do you want to put around that? So these are some examples. Yeah. So it can be anything else around the business process. But again, it revolves around the business process. And then it boils back to the IT side of things, the system side of things. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, for example, even from the BCP side, right? What are the things you need to protect make sure that the BCP works properly? Because BCP, remember, is not just about IT functionalities, right? But we talk about BCP in general for the whole business to run. Although IT gets roped in and somehow gets tagged to run BCP sometimes, which is not necessarily probably smart. it should actually be more like a working group or a BCP group that you form. You can decide on a BCP manager or BCP head, and then that group can be composed of representatives from different departments. Yeah, so that when you activate BCP, it's not just a single person or a single department that should be involved. It should be everyone. And then when you get inputs and you create a plan, you need to also get different departments to fill up their side of things, right? Like IT cannot fill up on behalf of finance and procurement or vice versa. Yeah, so these are some of the things that is more of like a concerted effort. Of course, it has to be a top-down approach. There has to be management buy-in. Otherwise, you will have this useless exercise because you can't get things done, basically. Yeah. So it's a huge effort, definitely. Just preparing that document with all the dependencies, all the potential stakeholders. Yeah, it's a thorough document, not to be taken lightly as well. Because when the time comes and you don't have a good document, right? You don't have anything to refer to that's quite substantial and useful. Yeah. So you want something that's useful. So that's why we do audits also around these kind of documents. When was the last review? Would you actually have an exercise that you practice to and to do what these policies say? So otherwise, the document is just a static document. Yeah. Okay. Now let's talk about risk-based auditing, audit planning. Hopefully that answered your question, by the way, Gabriel, right? Gabriel, yes. Yeah. Sometimes I can't see. Okay. And then you have the risk-based audit planning. Okay. So why risk-based? We knew already based on the risk. Then you know which ones to prioritize, the higher risk, right? Yeah. And then in terms of the auditing side of things, so you gather information in the plan. These are the more higher level kind of groupings. So you obtain understanding of the internal control, meaning, of course, to gather information and plan, we already talked about that in length, but an understanding of the internal controls. So you have to know what are the current controls in place. So you don't know what you don't know, right? So the thing is you have to ask around, find out what they have for each side. And then in terms of, let's say, the environment, the procedures, the risk assessment that they've done, and then control risk assessments. And then you want to somehow check the total risk, right? And then perform the compliance tests. Okay, then you have a list of things that you need to check for compliance. What are the key controls to be tested? Of course, that will be part also of your agreement. And then perform the test on reliability, risk prevention, and adherence to organizational policies and procedures. So what can change is based on the sample size. So based on the control, you can still, even though you have the control, you can still pick the kind of data that you want to get. So this is again based on the sampling that you determine, the sampling method. And then perform substantive tests is the actual testing itself. And analytical procedures, for example, if they're talking about systems, certain way you can test how certain values are computed. If they're actually computing things the right way, like payroll, you can check the computation. So by testing the computation, meaning you get a few samples and try to generate if they actually has the right computation. Because the system generated it, right, and sent out to these people. But on your side, it's just for you to actually see if it's actually calculating properly. That's what you test. You can either create your own manual Excel file to record all the components of the computation, and then all the variables. Then you try to compute yourself. Did you arrive at the same result as that in the payslip or whatever evidence you're going to put? Yeah. So this is going to be part of your testing. So again, there are certain steps you can follow based on the controls that you're testing normally. And these will all be part of a database somehow. Again, this is like a whole knowledge base for a lot of the audit firms. Yeah. They have a list of the controls and they have the tests required. Sometimes you need to formulate your own testing from scratch. But again, the point is you formulate the methodology for the testing, the procedures, based on what the users also shared, that this is how the things should be tested. Yeah. So how they actually arrived at those values. So basically, you'll try also to recreate those steps in order to arrive at those values to check if they're correct or not. Yeah. Okay. So that's basically the testing, and then now when you conclude the audit, most of the time when you do all these gatherings of the information and testing, you may have some findings, right? Sometimes even off the bat, you're not even looking for anything. It's something you already see. Oh, this is an outdated document. It's basically immediately you can see some of these observations or findings directly. So by having outdated document means what? Their effective date has been in the past probably more than 2 years. Yeah. So this is something that you look at closely, all the dates, and then approvals, missing approvals. Yeah. So these are some of the things that you look at to actually look for findings. Then you try to verify the findings based on who we talked to that time, or the proper person to talk to for that area. And then you need to, once you verify those findings and agree on it, of course, if they say that they're doing other things to mitigate the problem, then you have to investigate that portion too, see if it's valid. Yeah. Before you actually release the findings. Otherwise, you don't want the argument to be after the report has been published and presented to management, right? You don't want the arguments to be at that level. Try to fix it, make it factual, and then you sort it out, and then agree on a final report. Okay, both sides agree, and then you present it to management or the audit committee as well. Yeah. Okay, good. Any questions so far on these?
I do.
Okay.
Who validates the test plans?
Who validates? Okay, so first of all, normally on the auditor side, right? Then you have your partners as well, or the managers. So these ones will validate the test plan. Then you can also check on what can be done on the client side. Sometimes we may have a series of tests. Maybe some of them may be restricted. So again, depending on what is allowed at the client side. Yeah. So there's some of the things that might not be possible to actually do. Then you have to make a little bit of adjustment in your tests. Again, it's not a matter of them not giving you access, but I guess it's more of what is possible in the system, for example. Yeah. If it doesn't match what is possible in the system. Yeah. So you can still sit beside them. For example, if they don't want you to be the one doing it, you can ask them to do it and observe them. Yeah. And then we try to see if they manage to do it. You record the name of the person and all the details, the timing, which system, and the steps they took. See if they followed properly and they got the right results. Okay. So that's basically, again, well, that's one example of a test that you can do. Yeah. So of course, others will be based on the information you have. You can already work out and analyze. So that's another some of the other things you can do as well after they give you all the data. For example, the logs. Yeah, so normally they will ask for the logs, and then that's one is when you want to test the access controls, for example, see if they're all still valid, up to date. Say people. So you validate the access controls based on what your current staff list, for example. So which staff, the people who are logging in here, are they still part of the staff? Have they long gone? You know, that kind of validation. Yeah, depending on the test that you want to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else or anything to add? Okay, let's move on. So now I'll talk about audit risk and materiality. Okay, so this one is the different types of risk and at each stage, right? So then you have first of all, the inherent risk. So that the risk that's already at that point in time, yeah. It relates to audit risk. It's the risk level or the exposure of the process entity to be audited without considering any controls that management has implemented, right? So that's the inherent risk that exists independent of this audit. It can occur because of the nature of the business. Okay, understand? So it's like that's like your baseline in risk. I say it's normally at the higher level, and then there's a control risk as well. The controls that you're putting in. So basically, this one is sometimes people get confused. Why will controls have risks? So this is when the risk that a material error exists that would not be prevented or detected on a timely basis by the controls that you put in. Excuse me. Okay. So the control itself can fail, right? Right. It may not work all the time. So that's the control risk. You also want to reduce that. So basically in this case, if it's it gives you a false negative, and you don't want it to be a material risk that for that to happen. For example, the control risk associated with manual reviews of computer logs can be high because activities requiring investigation are often easily missed due to the volume of logged information. Okay, so the control risk associated with computerized data validation procedures is ordinarily low. So if it's automated, the computer is the one doing the validation. It's more reliable. Yeah. Whereas if it's a manual review, it's normally a higher risk. Yeah. Because you can make mistakes, right? You're so tired already looking at it, or maybe your eyes are blurry. You can definitely have that kind of a problem. And then the validation procedures is ordinarily low at this point of the control risk. Now, detection risk. So it's basically now material errors or misstatements that have occurred will not be detected by an IS auditor. So even the auditor now can also make risk. It also has a risk that they're not able to detect, even though probably it's sitting right in front of them, right? They have all the volumes of data that people actually send to you. You may actually make that mistake. So that's the detection risk. The other one is control risk. And then there's overall audit risks. That's a probability that the information or financial reports may contain material errors. By the way, we say material errors for those who are not familiar. Okay, these are basically the big kind of impact. Okay, that's very material that will affect the financial reporting. Okay? So that will some material risk around that. Or even outside of the financial reporting, it's basically anything that has a big impact or bigger risk. Probably the information or financial report may contain material errors, and that the auditor may not detect an error that has occurred. And then there's an objective in formulating the audit approach is to limit the audit risk in the area under scrutiny. Okay, so that the overall audit risk is at sufficiently low levels at the completion of the exam. Okay. So again, there are several ways you can go about it, again, depending on the situation. Okay, so again, it's based on the audit approach. Maybe someone else will review what someone else, there's a 4I principle they can apply, right? At each stage, those are some of the ways you can reduce the audit risk, yeah? Okay, so that's basically on audit risk and materiality. And very important, that's why I went through very carefully with all of you. Yeah, so we need to understand, especially those new to all these talk about risk. If you haven't talked about risk before, so now you're gonna get yourselves heavily into risk discussions when you talk about audits. Yeah. So risk assessment. So anyone here who has done risk assessments before? Raise your hands. Raise your right hand. Okay, yeah, a few, yes. So what is your experience with all these risk assessments? How do you begin in the first place, yeah? Those who raise their hands. I saw Patricia raise, I think. Jake, did you raise? No, not really. When you did your business, you never did risk assessment. You just went in, dive straight away. Really? Wow, very brave, huh? Yeah. Lots of deep pockets. Can go and just go. Okay. Maybe Patricia, you want to start? Yeah. share what you experienced when you did the risk assessment.
I think I shared earlier this morning that
Oh,
the risk assessment is related to finance
okay.
audit, financial audit.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe share how you went about that. It's okay. I mean, we're just talking about risk assessment in general, so people can learn more about risk assessment and your experience in that.
Okay. So for financial auditors, I think the risk identification is obviously the first step to
Mhm.
it, and then subsequently, because we had steps to analyze the risk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a very systematic way of
Right. So you have
performing
all
risk
these methodology
assessment.
procedures to follow, right?
Yes.
Very good. But the first step is basically identifying the risk. Where did the risk come from, right? Okay, good. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, so it's a couple of steps, of course. We'll show it to you later, but in general, an IT side, yeah, so you're identifying risk and threats on IT environment and IT system. So basically you want to do this risk assessment from the IT standpoint so that you can evaluate the controls properly, right? So you should identify, quantify, prioritize risk against criteria for these risk acceptance and objectives. What else? Okay, it's normally again based on risk-based audit execution. You can check on technical complexity. You have a big environment, thousands of users, right? Or a very big company, multinational, all over the place in other countries and all that. You have different applications. As I said, it can be thousands of applications as well. For banks especially, that basically has a lot of applications, legacy and more new ones. Lots of reports, lots of jobs that they monitor day in and day out. Yeah, I know because my wife is from a bank. So there's a lot of late night calls, in terms of all these supports, issues. So that could be the technical complexity side of things. And then you have level of control procedures in place. So what are the things that are there? Are there sufficient controls? Are there areas that have gaps? And then level of financial loss when bad things do happen, right? So these are some of the things based on risk-based audit execution and decision making. Yeah. Okay. So the risk assessment supports these. So you have to always know and remember, try to remember the purpose. So when you have risks, what can you do? So this is what they call, how do you address the risk, right? A risk response. Right, so you know that there's a risk, you identify the risk. So how do you address them? How do you respond to them? So the first thing normally we try to do is think of any risk mitigation that's possible. That means these are the solutions that you want to put, the controls you want to put in place to reduce the risk. But then you have to also check, does it make sense? So your risk amount or the impact will be so much. But you're trying to put, let's say, your risk exposure is like, let's say, $10,000. I mean, just to keep it simple. And then you're gonna spend like $100,000 to make sure that you don't lose $10,000. So it doesn't make sense in this case. So yeah, so other things like can be risk acceptance. People can decide to accept the risk, knowing and objectively not taking action. So you just go ahead. Okay, never mind. We'll go ahead. If we get hit, $10,000. Yeah, we can pay for that. Yeah. And then risk avoidance, basically avoiding risk by not allowing actions that would cause the risk to occur. Okay, so we won't even embark on this project because it's too risky. Okay, so we don't add in this control we don't add in this feature because it's too risky. Yeah. Or we don't buy this company because it's too risky. Okay, or we don't go with this vendor. So many areas you can actually apply this kind of risk avoidance, right? And then risk transfer sharing. Now there's a slash sharing there because you can see the risk transfer as risk sharing as well. So one easy way to remember this is insurance. Yeah, so transferring the associated risk to other parties. So, but then again, the risk itself will still be there. So that's what you need to remember. So the risk level of when you do risk transfer sharing, it's still there. It's just that you're not the only one who's gonna bear the risk. Yeah, you're gonna share that risk or split it in two, or depending on how much insurance companies, for example, will pay you back. Okay, so the risk level of that is still the same, unless you put also other things like risk mitigation, yeah, so other controls to put in place to reduce the risk, and then you share. So the sharing will help. Will only be that portion when that gets you impacted, if ever. Yeah. Okay. Clear. So these are the ways you can handle risk. As an IT auditor, you should know, but again, the company itself, if you're inside the company, when you do risk assessments, the more you should know, yeah, because you're the ones who are gonna get hit. But from an IT audit perspective, then you can also apply that inside your own firms. Yeah. So if you're the IT auditor yourselves. Okay, then we have, okay, now it's 3:30. I think we can take a quick break, our tea break again. It's almost just 35. So let's go and let's go back at 3:50. Yeah, let's come back at 3:50 and resume from where we left off. Risk assessment process. Any questions so far? Good, huh? Okay. Thanks. Enjoy your break. Yeah. Stretch, exercise a little bit or what? Yeah. Drink up.
To uplift our workforce by shaping lives, transforming businesses, and igniting possibilities for everyone from all walks of life.
Striving to be the heart of Singapore's lifelong learning culture, we believe upskilling unlocks opportunities for both workers and companies. While we continue to build our capabilities to equip our workers with job-ready skills, we also strive to identify future skills so that we can create new talent pools for Singapore and beyond.
We partner with world-class experts to bring high-quality training content to our learners. We've supported over 26,000 organizations and achieved more than 2.6 million training places in courses ranging from entrepreneurship to data analytics, soft skills to deep tech, helping workers and companies upskill and reskill to remain resilient in adversity and changing times.
After 15 years of flying as a cabin crew, I could no longer recall how to use Excel when I became a COVID-19 contact tracer. I took up an Excel course with NTUC Learning Hub to refresh and upgrade my knowledge. I saw the value in upskilling and took up other tech courses such as Agile, automations, and Python. Equipped with job-ready skills, I secured a role as a finance business partner back in the financial world.
For 15 years, I worked as a graphic designer, most recently in a travel agency. Then I lost my job in the pandemic. I struggled to land another job and took up the UI UX program with NTUC Learning Hub to expand my skill set. I was surprised to see how much the industry has evolved in the last 15 years, and there are so many new skills I can acquire. With new knowledge, I was able to secure a role in a tech agency as a UI UX designer.
We assist employees in driving growth and progression through our Train and Place and Train programs, career advisory, and on-the-job training while adopting a lifelong learning culture through NTUC Learning Hub's very own Learning Experience Platform, or LXP.
Workers are at the heart of what we do. With the training solutions we offer, we aim to have better workers, better jobs, and better companies. Working within the labour movement, we are in a unique position to do so. By transforming how people learn, lead, and grow, anyone can transform their lives through learning. With us, your trusted partner in lifelong learning.
Welcome to NTUC Learning Hub SSG funded course. You are embarking on a meaningful journey in upskilling. The course that you have signed up for is funded by the Skills Future Singapore, or SSG for short. As it is a funded course, there are several rules and regulations as well as must-do procedures to follow. Firstly, turn on your webcam at all times. Your face must be clearly and fully visible in the middle of the frame. Also, ensure that your Zoom display name matches your full name as in NRIC. If they do not match, please change your display name in Zoom after this presentation. You may be marked absent if these rules are not followed. Secondly, recording of the Zoom meeting is prohibited. Thirdly, we recommend using headphones or earpiece for better audio quality in learning and communication. Mute your microphone unless you're speaking. This ensures that environmental sounds do not disrupt the lesson. Lastly, do dress appropriately for this class. Do follow the usual dressing etiquette as you would during physical classroom lessons. Avoid wearing singlets in class. Now, we shall cover the procedures that we must follow for this funded course. Attendance taking. Attendance will be taken twice every day, once in the morning and another time in the afternoon. During attendance taking, you will need to provide your full name and the last 4 alphanumeric characters of your NRIC to your trainer. You will do this through a private Zoom message to your trainer to keep your data confidential. 10% of learners will be randomly selected for further verification. For this 10%, the trainer will have to cite the physical NRIC card for identity verification. This will be done in private breakout rooms. Gallery photo taking. Gallery photo taking involves the trainer capturing the photo of all trainees in gallery view in Zoom 4 times a day. Twice in the morning and twice in the afternoon. Make sure that your face is clearly visible and identifiable in the frame. Course assessment. You are allowed to take the course assessment only when you have achieved at least 75% attendance. If you have missed any portion of the class, you must request for a makeup first before attempting the assessment. All attempts on the assessment without at least 75% attendance will be voided. If you have met the attendance requirement, you can proceed to do the assessment. As of SSG guidelines, you will need to achieve a 100% score to be deemed competent. If you do not meet this 100% score, a process called oral recovery will allow for a second chance to achieve a competent status. In the oral recovery, learners will be questioned orally to assess competence. The trainer will conduct the oral recovery in the main Zoom room. In the acknowledgement step, the trainer will inform you on your competent or not yet competent status, and you will be required to acknowledge back. This is to ensure that you are informed of your final results for the course. If this is a WSQ course, there is an additional step of completing the IAR form. Lastly, you are required to participate in a course evaluation process, where you give ratings and feedback pertaining the course. This is done online and will take up less than 10 minutes. And that's it, we are done. But before we end this briefing, let us do a quick recap of the important points. First, make sure your webcam is always on and you are clearly centered and visible. Also make sure your Zoom display name matches your name as in your NRIC. Second, attendance taking will take place twice a day. Thirdly, gallery photo taking will be done 4 times a day. All this will be carried out every day of your course. On the last day of your course, you will have to do a course assessment. Only attempted if you have at least 75% attendance. You need to achieve 100% score to be marked competent. In the case where you do not achieve that, you will have the oral recovery as a second chance to be deemed competent. Once that is done, the trainer will inform you of your final result, and you will have to acknowledge it. If the course you are taking is also a WSQ course, an additional step of filling up the IAR form will be conducted. Lastly, you will rate the course by filling up a course evaluation online form. All this will be done on the last day. With this briefing you are now ready. Thank you for your attention and have a great day of learning ahead.
Okay. Almost time to come back, but I'd just like to check those who are from batch 653, right? So Learning Hub wants to know when you want to do an extra day that they're giving, for the CCAK. So that's aside from the oral recovery that we're doing. They actually were planning another day of CCAK revision. So my availability for that will be because we're doing now for the part-time. Now for the full-time class, we'd also like to know. So either you send me in a private message, or because the dates I have will be, of course, near to the end of August. as I have other classes that are running. For example, what is this? The latest I can get probably 31st would be good. If you're okay on 31st August, I can recommend that as a possible day for the makeup. For not really makeup, but CCAK revision. Yeah. So it's an extra day for just to revise all the concepts of CCAK. So
I will prefer weekend.
Oh, really? Okay. Then if it's weekend, I can do half days on weekend. How about 26 afternoon?
I'm okay, but afternoon means what? 2 to 6 or what?
Yeah, 2 to 6.
I'm okay, but I don't know the rest.
Or maybe 1 to 5 if you want earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll prefer 1 to 5.
Okay.
On
1
a
to 5.
Saturday, right?
On a Saturday, yes.
But that is me. I don't know
Yeah,
the
yeah.
rest.
So that's why I'm checking the rest. Is everyone okay? Sorry, guys, those who are not from the other class, 653. It's just a special question for them.
Yeah, I think for the rest, they just want to clear the recovery.
Yeah, well, we can do that. Yeah,
I'm
so
not sure whether
that
they
one,
want to make up lesson.
that one we can do. That one we can do throughout this week. But yeah, so I'm just saying for the scheduling of this extra, they're giving you extra time to actually go and do a revision. So
For me,
aside,
I may skip the lesson. Yeah.
okay.
Because I think I'm not going for the actual exam actually.
I see. Yeah, okay. And that's fine as well. But they're giving it there as an option. Okay, they'll make the announcement. So I think Saturday afternoon for I think September. For September, can it be morning as well? Is it okay, Sule? For September 2?
Oh, another date, is it?
Yeah, because half day. So one full day.
So there are 2 Saturdays, is
Yes,
it?
2 Saturdays, yes.
Okay, same timing.
I want
1
same
to
timing. You
5.
prefer same timing?
Okay, 2 Saturday, I'm okay.
So 1 to 5, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
And then who else is here? Kiyu, that's okay with you? You plan to do that? Kiyu, you're there? Ghazali?
Yep, sorry, I missed out your conversation.
Yeah, we're planning for some CCAK revision
Oh,
session.
yeah, okay, sure.
So we're scheduling it on 26th and 22nd of September. So it's 2 Saturday half days. Are
Yeah,
you okay
fine.
in the afternoon?
Sure.
Yeah, 1 to
Yes.
5.
Okay, fine. Sure.
Okay, we'll do a bit of the practice exams and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that will be
And the
great.
exam
Right.
taking. Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Although you probably have some more tips also from here.
All right.
I think if ever, how about you, Rajesh? That's okay with you? Saturday afternoon, 1 to 5.
Is it mandatory?
No, it's optional. But yeah, you can come and go if you want. There's no.
Yeah, then I'll pass. Since I too am not taking the
I see.
exam.
Okay, not interested in going for the certification. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to, you can still go. You're welcome. Yeah. If you have even a few minutes, 30 minutes and an hour, fine. How about Ghazali? Otherwise, I'll just confirm the 1 to 5 weekend for the 2 Saturdays. Okay. I'll mention that. How about Seng Kwong? You there, Seng Kwong? Not yet. Anyway, they will make the announcement. Hopefully everyone can make it. You're okay as well, huh? Okay, good. Thank you. So I'll ask NTUC Hub to confirm with you guys as well. Okay, thanks. Okay. Thank you. And welcome back, everyone. Can you please turn on your videos so you can do again a mandatory family photo. Ajmal, Gilbert, yeah. Who else? Ghazali, who else? Oh, and yeah, Alvin, you have to remove your nice, what is that, polar bear? Okay, that's the most I can do. Ajmal, you there? Turn on your video, please, and Gilbert, if you can. I need you to be on video because otherwise you won't be seen when you when LHub checks this photo. Yeah. Going. Okay, I'll take a photo first for those who are here. Smile and say NTUC. Nice smiles, guys. Okay. Let's see if they can catch these guys later. But please do try to be on video. Otherwise, you'll miss out. Yeah. And again, I'm not the one who's requiring it. It's the funders. You might have a problem with funding. Don't want that, right? Because they do check, yeah. I can only encourage you to turn it on. So I'll again send a reminder in the chat just to make sure that in case they didn't hear me, at least they can still see the chat, hopefully. Okay. I think that's it. Okay, let's go back to where we left off. Hope you also had a good break. Nice. Okay, now this process is something that you can actually look at, especially when you follow and prepare for risk assessment, right? Now, we had some sharings earlier on risk assessment. Oh, Gabriel is already here. Okay, but someone else left. Gilbert is the one who's not there earlier. Okay. And then for in terms of enabling management to effectively allocate limited audit resources. So these are just some of the areas to be audited, right? Determine all these things. You want to ensure that relevant information has been obtained from all levels of management and establish a basis for effectively managing the audit department and provides a summary of how the individual audit subject is related to the overall organization as well as to the business plans. Okay, so it's always trying to align you with the business. So this is just, again, the things that are there to drill down. Okay, then you prepare, you conduct. Inside the conduct can be a couple of things. You identify threats, vulnerabilities, predisposing conditions, and then in terms of likelihood occurrence, and then the magnitude of impact, right? So these two are the ones that basically compose the risk part of things. Then you determine the risk. There are some more subtleties to this, and depending on certain situations, and some talk about aggregated risk as well. Yeah. So what are the things that happen when there's such things as aggregated risk? Yeah. Because maybe, for example, two things like different small risks, but when they aggregate, it becomes a big risk. Yeah. So that's one thing to consider when you talk about aggregated risk. Okay, sorry, yeah. Yeah, for part that. 19. Let's see. Okay, sorry again. LHub is asking me a lot of questions and rushing. Okay, let's move on. Again, this is not just based from me. This is from NIST. Okay, they came up, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, where a couple of your cybersecurity frameworks are coming from as well, and privacy and cloud security. So you can take a look at this. So again, from the risk side, you can look at the SP 800-30. Okay, that's for your information. Yeah, and then risk analysis. So it's time to analyze the risk that you are receiving from your risk assessment, right? And you have to perform it as an IS auditor or IT auditor. Review the risks analysis or perform it to actually identify risks and vulnerabilities in order to determine the control needed to mitigate those risks. Okay, so again, it's part of the planning part. Sorry, not the planning, the risk assessment part. Okay, understand the relationship between risk and control. Okay, that one I think you know already, right? And risk is there, and the control is there to mitigate, to address the risk. So identify the different risk types and the controls used to mitigate the risk, and evaluate the risk assessment and management techniques. So this is your role. And then understand that the risk exists as part of the audit process, right? Okay. This graph is mainly saying a couple of things on risk management process. So the periodic risk evaluation. Why? Because you basically want to make sure that you're always checking the risk. So in terms of business objectives, is it also what are the assets supporting these business objectives? So basically, these are the main things you look at, like ERP systems, CRM systems, the payment systems that you mentioned also earlier. Yeah, so these are some of the more critical ones and supporting the business objectives. Perform risk assessment. So RA, threat, vulnerability, probability, impact. So that's the flow. So from this one is working backwards. So in this case, in terms of the relationships, and then you have the risk mitigation. So how do you now mitigate that risk that you found, right? So you apply controls normally. So you map the risk with the controls that you already put in place, so the current ones, and then are there other ones that need to be put in? Yeah. And then you have to perform the risk management treatment. Yeah, perform the risk treatment. And then that means applying the controls themselves. So treat significant risks not mitigated by existing controls. So you look for those that are significant risks, right? So normally sometimes there's also a significant plus if it's really, really high, right? Have you ever encountered any significant plus before, Anna, on your side? Not that serious yet, right? Okay. Yeah, so again, there can be different notations, but normally there's a significant one, and then you can have even a significant plus. Yeah. Okay. Other types of audits. Okay, then you have compliance and financial audits. Okay. Anyone can tell me the difference? Of course, the names, but what else? Auditors here. I know Anna is one. Anyone else? Someone mentioned that they did either Patricia or Anna. These are the two I remember.
I can just make a guess. One is to do with money. The other one is to do with processes.
Processes or regulations,
Regulations,
or policies, yeah. Something that other people expect you to also comply with, right?
Yeah, financial audits are also regulations, but more to deal with money.
Yeah, okay, yes. Yeah, the others can also be more processes in general, right? Okay. Okay, good. Like the payment card industry, also dealing with money, but yeah, it's the industry itself regulating your way to use the money, the card system. Yeah, otherwise you're out of the game. Okay, so that's the concept there. So basically, since they're the ones setting the rules, if you don't follow the rule, you don't play by the rules, yeah, then you're out of the game. Okay, HIPAA is another one. So again, for the healthcare industry. Okay, so these are some of the things you can look at. That's why I was looking for healthcare people earlier. Yeah, but sad to say, no one seems to be from healthcare. That would have been a good discussion as well. But yeah, good that we had people from the CII side. Yeah. Power is always critical. Where do you get the next power source from? Is it from the sun or the wind? In Singapore, which one do you think is better? Yeah, we have lots of sun, but sometimes it rains. So, okay, so let's continue. So these are the types of audits. Okay, other types of audits would be operational audits, administrative audits, and IS audits. So the things we're also looking at are IS audits. Operational, meaning other parts of the business that are running. Administrative, basically, checking the efficiency of these operational productivities within the organization. So more from the admin standpoint. Okay, of course, IS is IT stuff. I'll give you some time to just read off, but I think you have these in your materials as well. But basically, they're also looking at the IS side of in terms of audits. That's what we're all talking about in CISA, right? Okay. The thing is that they have these very long, convoluted descriptions. Yeah. So you just have to make sure that they're all complete. It collects and evaluates evidence, right? So, and then basically to perform your audit, in summary. Yeah. Because you want to safeguard the assets. So those are the reasons why you want to do this. Yeah. And then forensic audits are there too. So it's basically after an incident. Yeah. And then what happened? You want to investigate, right? So the forensics are the ones like similar to the crime investigations. This one is it's also crime. So you look at more from the digital side of things. Yeah. From the physical side of things, you still have to treat your evidence in the same way as an actual forensics person in the physical side. Yeah, because even the laptops, hardware and other kinds of appliances, these can still hold some physical evidence, right? So you have to make sure you wear gloves, put in the proper chain of custody, lock up the whole evidence in an evidence locker that's secured. Okay. From the digital side, you have to make copies. You have to make sure you properly have a forensic copy. Okay. By forensic copy, meaning it's as close to the original as possible. Same brand, same model, same storage of the bits, on the disk. So it cannot be anywhere else, but in the same place. So there are certain tools that can actually help do that. So the forensics guys have those. Sometimes it can be a one big dashboard table, really physically just doing all these things to prepare. And then integrated audits are there too. Okay, basically the combination of finance and operational audit steps. So by operational, it also involves IT audits to a certain extent because the systems that they use will also involve, most likely nowadays, IT systems, right? Okay, I forgot about my earphones. Let me just wear them quickly. Just to avoid the background noise if ever. Yeah. Okay, clear? Any questions so far or inputs or experience on these? Yeah. So we have people who have done financial audits mostly. Risk assessments, right? Sorry, what exactly do you specialize in, Anna?
Yeah, financial services risk.
Oh, financial services risk. Again, advisory side. But you've done audits as well?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, yeah. So now I'm giving you the other side of the spectrum, right? Yeah. So those that you implemented, what if you're the ones who's going to audit it? Yeah. So how can you approach and audit your implementation? Yeah. Whether it be services and all that. So if someone calls you now to check on the work of others doing the financial risk, yeah. Okay. They check the report, what's inside the report that you can check and validate and audit. Yeah. So okay. So how did they go about how you go about your own kind of work. And you can apply that in terms of the testing that you will do. Okay. So similarly, everyone else, you know IT. Some of you will know IT very well. But on the audit side, if you're on the other side of the fence, yeah, you're the one doing the audit. And what do you do? What do you need to ask for and all this? So you have to make sure that you don't lead people to giving answers. Sometimes there's a tendency for people to do that because you know the answer, but then you should ask still the proper question that doesn't have these kind of biases, or that will make people have the tendency towards bias as well. So it's sometimes in the manner of questioning. So normally you want to make your questions open-ended and not leading towards any specific kind of thing that you want to verify yourself. For example, I'm just giving again some quick example, right? If you want to find out that why certain users are still in the list and in your system, right? How come they're still active, right? So when you show these to the organization, then you have to do a follow-up questions on these things that you found. What would you normally say in this case? Or what you normally ask? How would you ask the question when you find all these things? Yeah. What do you think? You call on Alvin. If you find certain users who are still active but they're no longer around, how would you ask, let's say, the person in charge of the system, why are these people still here? Yeah.
I might ask, why are those accounts that are not being used still present in the system?
Okay. And then what's the main point that you want to drive at when you ask that question? Yeah.
That regular review of your access management should be done according to the company's SOP.
Yeah. So for me, I wouldn't even start with that. So if you want to that kind of objective, right? So just ask them, when was the last time you did a review? Yeah. Something like that. So that will help go back to the main point, and then try to reinforce and maybe help also explain why those records are still there, right? Because maybe how long normally, so you ask things about the process that will help drive at and try to verify if those accounts should still be there or not. Maybe they're just 2 weeks old, or what, I don't know, depending on some other reasons. What are the possible reasons that your users will still be around inside the system after so-and-so duration, even after they left? Yeah. So in that way, you can draw out all these possibilities, and then that will help give you a better frame of mind when you look at those accounts. Okay. And then you can ask and you can show them, okay, these are the accounts I found. Then based on what we discussed, then you can talk more about it. Yeah, then at least you have some of the facts already before you show them. Because if you show them first, and then this could be more limited answer, more limited response that you'll get. Yeah. So these are some of the ways you can do the questioning so that you'll get a better picture first, and then you can zoom in on other more detailed questions. Okay. So you want to formulate, again, it's a bit of an art. Yeah, you want to formulate your key ideas around the concept of securing or making sure that accounts are reviewed regularly, that accounts are also disabled in a timely manner when the user is offboarded and all that. Yeah. Okay. So again, these are some of the things you can look at. Again, it's not going to be always a perfect thing. You may get some you may have some reason also to ask directly. Yeah. But then again, I'm thinking of the approach. I'm just giving some suggestions in terms of the approach so that you have a better picture and you have more information on hand when you actually try to analyze these kinds of data. Okay. Okay, good. Next, in terms of the integrated audit, then you have an integrated audit focuses on the risk. Okay. It involves a team of auditors. Again, as a team, it's composed of different specialties with different skill sets working together to provide a comprehensive report. So the financial audit, IS audit, and operational audit. So it's like the team, right? Okay. So why does it have to be this? Because again, not everyone has all the skill sets. So that's why you need to form this team. And again, they have different functionalities as well, different roles. And then in terms of identification of risks faced by organization, each one will all look at their own areas and then they try to piece things together, okay, as an overall picture. So testing that key controls are supported by IT system, of course, from your side. Testing that management controls also operate effectively around it. And of course, once you have a combined report, everyone will get together, see if we can form an opinion around the whole situation. On the controls, the risks, the control risk, design, and weaknesses. Okay. Clear so far? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because again, we're trying to move gradually into the main thick of things. Yeah. There's still a lot of these are still the basic concepts, right? Okay. Other reference to standards that are out there will be for example, ISA. Okay, and then there's another one on Singapore side. Okay, again, the standards for audits, right? SSA, yeah. So you can look at those as well. Of course, those are specific. If you want to look at this, will give you some of the procedures. I know not exact procedures, but I think in terms of the standards that are expected, you must do this, basically that and that. It's a list of things that for different areas that need to be considered. Okay. Anyone familiar with those? Yeah, aside from our auditors here, I won't ask you anymore. Yeah. So the US is the PCAOB. Again, there's these auditing standards that are being followed, right? Again, if you have working for a global group audit, right? So those are the things that might come up. Why? Because it can be just one of the member firms that will work on it. Yeah, Singapore might just be one of the member firms. Maybe there's like for example, the ones I worked on before, a few of the group audits, some came from Switzerland, US, or different areas, the different parts of the world where they're HQ'd, where the HQ is, Germany. So these are the group audits will come in and then they will have their own audit requirements from the HQ. So the audit papers will come. And basically have the charter. So basically the member firms will basically also try to work closely with the HQ counterparts. Yeah. Basically the member firm that has a client on the HQ side. Okay, let's say Germany. So you have to work with your member firm in Germany to coordinate. So they're the ones conducting the whole or global group audits. Okay, then you as a member firm also take over your own jurisdiction because they need you, because their HQ has a presence in Singapore, for example, right? And you yourself are the ones engaged by the other member firm. If it's a partnership, they will actually engage you to also perform this bit of work for the Singapore firm. Then you have to roll and report back, and they will all consolidate on their side to perform that overall group audit report. Yeah. So it's everyone has their own deadlines to meet as well, own scope. Yeah. So maybe what the scope is for the group audit or for the group HQ may be different from the Singapore side and vice versa. And maybe Singapore may have a slightly special portion of the scope, because maybe also only in Singapore that you do have another system that you run. Maybe it's centralized here in Singapore. Yeah, so you're the only one who's going to do it, maybe not other parts of the world. Yeah, so that's when they will rely on you for that part of the IT audit. Yeah. Okay. So continuous auditing is characterized. So in this case, that's on the group audit. Now, continuous auditing is something that people are trying to do also. The idea is these are short time lapses, right? So it's similar to being continuous cycles. So after one small audit, another one. And it's also the collection of evidence and the audit reporting is also done in this kind of cyclic manner. The idea is you want to spread the work throughout the year instead of getting surprised big time at the end of the year, right? So that's the concept here. Especially fraud, you don't want to catch it normally at the end of the year. You want to catch it when it happens, as close to when it happens, right? So that's the reason of this for this continuous auditing. It results in it also should be independent of continuous controls and continuous monitoring. So it's different from all these things. Okay, so auditing happens in a cyclical manner. So independent of the timing of these other continuous controls and continuous monitoring. Okay. So here we have a continuous auditing and monitoring. So this is the definition. So it enables IS auditor for auditing. It continues enables an IS auditor to perform tests and assessments in a real-time or near real-time environment. Okay, and of course, designed also to report results on the subject matter being audited within a much shorter time frame, because otherwise it might overlap into the next cycle. So it has to be a short time frame, lesser details probably. So and plus a bit of automation. Okay. And then continuous monitoring is used by an organization to observe the performance of one or many processes, right? Example here is the antivirus or IDS. Okay, so these are monitoring tools that are there. Something happens, they alert you or they fix it. Yeah. Okay. Clear so far? Again, normally for these continuous things, you need some automation. Yeah, you need some tools yourselves so you can actually do this more smoothly, right? Imagine doing this manually, then you have to also come up with a lot of the stuff manually, the steps, notification, all manual. Yeah, then it drags down the process. Yeah. And now let's go to for process applications. You want to apply continuous auditing for this, right? For applications. And then this process must be carefully built into the business. Again, let's say purchasing, yeah. And then it may include ID techniques as transaction logging. So what are the things you can log? You can log the time the PO was created, for example, or when it was requested even, or when a quotation was taken. Yeah, so those are some of the things you can log. When the goods were received. Yeah, so these are some of the parts of the procurement process, right? They have query tools, mainly based on all these logs. You need to be able to extract them and see them, right? So these are the query tools you can use. You can use statistics and data analysis using CAT software. You can also have database management systems. Okay, and then intelligent agents, of course. These are the ones probably, I would say, collecting the information or just sitting there listening. Yeah. And most likely just collecting information, yeah, so that you can use them for analysis. And in order for it to succeed, I mentioned already, high degree of automation is there, right? Otherwise, so manual things can fail much more easily, right? And then there's triggers for alarms, notification, in case control also fails or are about to fail, yeah. And then other tools that require IS audit to be involved in setting up the parameters. Okay. So this is something that is a bit tricky. Again, implementation of highly automated audit tools, right? So that means on your side, you implement your own audit tools, right? To be involved in setting up the parameters. But whether it's you or them, again, it's quite tricky to say. the ability to quickly inform IS auditors of the results of automated procedures, particularly when the process has identified anomalies or errors, right? So when it happens, then you can find out quickly. Okay, so and then you have the technically proficient IS auditors as well. So you know about these systems, you can actually help audit it properly. And availability of reliable sources of evidence. So like the logs, that's one example. What else do you think can be a reliable sources of evidence when you want to do continuous auditing? Anyone? Well, in a sense, it's a bit like the logs as well, right? Yeah, but you want to monitor, say, keystrokes. It could be also those are some of the things that you want to look at. But in general, it's the logs, but also some of them will be transactions, specific transactions that are being done. Because then you can see specific records and compare them with other records. Yeah. So adherence also to materiality guidelines, okay, so that you can zoom in on the high impact ones. Okay, any questions so far? Yeah, then we can proceed. Feel free to ask questions, huh? Don't be shy. That's why I'm here. Okay, so here, audit methodology. Again, these are all still basic. Huh? So we're just setting up the stage for you to understand all these concepts. Yeah. So audit methodology itself is something I also worked on in my past firm. I mentioned about working on the existing methodologies, trying to make them better, updating them to the latest revisions in the standards. Because normally our own methodologies are also based off the international standards, right? So the international standards are there. They make changes. Normally, we also try to update those methodologies. Plus, any changes in the US, which are very specific to PCAOB, these are normally all related as well. Yeah, so that's how we roll out to the other member firms. So anything outside US will use the international standards or ISA, and then the other ones will use the PCAOB for the US. And then for rolling it out to member firms after that, then they are also supposed to do it more locally. Like in Singapore, I mentioned SSA. If there are any things that are in SSA that are very specific and are different from ISA, yeah, then you have to put it in them yourself for the member firm. Sad to say, because a lot of these international standards are normally generic for the whole world, so that you can majority of them will still be applicable, but you just have to put in your own flavor for your own country, right? And similarly for audit methodology, is a set of documented audit procedures, and should design and approve an audit methodology that is formalized and communicated to all audit staff. That means, hey, this is our official methodology. Please start using it. Yeah, and don't let anyone use anything else. Otherwise, one person does in a certain manner, the other person does in another manner. Yeah, I can't reconcile. It's going to be different things, different results. Okay. Yeah, has ever happened to you? Our auditors in the house? Yeah. Yeah, Patricia. So maybe you'd like to share a little bit, not everything, but yeah. What's the result? No names or what, but just what was the lesson learned? Yeah.
Okay, so I think when I joined, one of the challenges that the partners and the managers identified was that between engagements, the documentation, the level of documentation was very different. Yeah, so
you started learning.
Yeah.
You started learning along the way.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's true, because yeah, a lot of times you get a lot of juniors, right? Like probably you were a junior back then when you joined, fresher. Yeah, so that's why, because yeah, a lot of times you know they put you back in the deep end. They give you a lot of training. You know, it's like full-time training for the first few weeks. All kinds of training, right? You remember your first few days, first few weeks, all kinds of training. They give you all that, bombard you. They expect you to remember all that. And then you apply it. And then once that happens, yeah, then you get that learning curve, right? Steep learning curve.
Yes.
Excuse me for a while. I heard something. Just a moment. Oh wait, just a moment. What's happening? Okay, someone is at the door. Okay, thanks for sharing, Patricia. That's right. Yeah. How about Anna? Any similar case? I saw you nodding your head. Yeah.
No, I was just nodding because the engagement, how it is written, that does make a difference.
Yes.
Particular, sharing on this though. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. For me, I came from an IT background. I moved into IT audit, but I did have some IT audit experience. Again, more of a internal IT audit kind of thing. But when you go to an audit firm per se, okay, then you have all these. Then you learn about independence, and you learn about this kind of I would say all the different kinds of compliance requirements. Yeah. So this is some of the additional things, plus the systems. Yeah, the audit firms will have their own systems internally to help maintain clients, engagements, methodologies, and also try to find out. There's so many things that you have to also find out, and I would say take on that are also totally new. Probably what you're experiencing now for those who are new to audit. Yeah, so you'll also find that out in more detail when you go to one of the audit firms out there. Yeah. Of course, you're going to an end user environment, it might be a bit simpler. Yeah. But then again, some are big companies as well. So even that simple, it may also be quite big. Okay. Just due to the sheer volume of it. There's a lot of systems. Even your risk register is thousands of pages long. There's a couple of things that you can actually look at. Yeah? Okay. Clear so far? Any questions about methodology? So that's why it's important to have the same methodology across. Therefore, you have the same consistent way of doing audit. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. Now let's do this activity. Someone care to do this presentation? Let's start with Ziwan. Yeah. You wanna recite this activity for us?
Yeah, you're planning an upcoming regulatory readiness audit for your organization. The organization has international operations and data is fed into several legacy financial systems. What type of audit approach do you think this would be best to perform for this IS audit? What type of control? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the first question. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
Okay. The next question will be, what type of control would you use as the primary control to ensure that only sales data is sent to the financial systems connected to the PCI environment?
Okay, so there are two questions. So first question first. So what type of audit approach do you think would be the best to perform for this IS audit? So based on what you learned, go back to your notes. Type in the chat. But at the same time, Ziwan, what do you think? So type in the chat your answers while Ziwan gives his answer. Audit approach. Remember your audit approaches? You have external
compliance audit.
Compliance audit. Yes, that's right. Yeah. Why? What gave it away?
Regulatory.
Okay, that's right. Yes. So that's the tip there, huh? Look for the keywords. Okay, thanks, Ziwan. Anyone wants to try the second question? Susan? You want to try the second question? For the rest, please turn on your videos. I don't know if you're actually there, so yeah. And give yourselves a chance to participate in all the fun. So it's primary control, right?
Should be detective, right?
Now let's give let's give Susan some time. Yeah, if I call on someone, let's give them some time so that unless you want to help, I will ask you for help. So that everyone can have a chance to recite.
Preventive control.
Yes, right. So what gave it away?
Sorry?
What's the clue in this case? What's the reason why
to
you chose
ensure that
preventive?
only the sales data are sent.
Okay. Okay, that's a good clue, right? Yeah. Okay, clear, everyone? Yeah, you try to prevent anything else to actually flow. Yeah. Okay. Clear? Okay, let's move on. Thank you very much. Ziwin and Susan. Okay. Your names are rhyming as well. And then discussion question now. Okay. Who wants to pick this up? Jake, want to take this?
An auditor is determining the appropriate sample size for testing the existence of program change approvals. Previous audits did not indicate any exceptions, and management has confirmed that no exceptions have been reported for the review period. In this context, the auditor can adopt a
so A, B, C, or D?
C.
I see.
If the sample size does not capture any exception, right, then probably you can do a larger sample size to see if there's any more possible exceptions.
Not exactly, but okay. Let's look for other answers. Yeah. What else is there? So okay, because management has no exceptions confirmed, right? And then sample size for testing is the one that you want to find out. Okay. And so previous audits did not indicate exceptions. So the thing is with previous audits, even though they didn't have exceptions last time, it's a previous one. So that's the thing there. Management has also confirmed that no exceptions have been reported for the review period. But can you just rely on that? So that's the question right there, right? So what is the concept of lower confidence or higher confidence coefficient? So these are the things that you need to know. Okay. Anyone else care to guess? But thanks anyway, Jake. Yeah. So it's not C. You want to guess again? Yeah.
Higher confidence. That's why smaller size. But actually, I think this is the answer. But I have a query on this. I feel sample size shouldn't be affected by higher or lower confidence, right? It should be more on what kind of sampling methodology you're using to judge.
Yeah, so in this case, they're using the coefficient.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, it can be different methods, but again, this is the question we're given, right? So so that's the assumption here.
Yeah.
So normally, okay, just a clue. Normally, if you want to, or if you have a lower confidence coefficient, normally that warrants a smaller sample size. A higher one normally will result in a larger sample size. So that's the way the relationship goes. Because it's only a coefficient, by the way. So it's not the confidence, the actual confidence. So in terms of the value, if it's a lower confidence coefficient, the coefficient itself will indicate. If it's lower, it means you need only a smaller sample size. If it's higher confidence coefficient, that means you need a larger sample size. So based on the story given, okay, what do you think is the right sample size and the right answer? Yeah. So if you have any, I mean, you have the right idea already, Jake. I think you probably didn't have that idea for the higher confidence coefficient. You only saw the higher confidence. Actually, this is a higher confidence coefficient, which means that this answer means it requires a larger sample size. So does it make sense? If you already have the exceptions, no exceptions in this case, based on the scenario. So normally you would have a lower confidence coefficient, meaning you actually don't need you actually need a smaller sample size, right? Or in other words, higher confidence coefficient means lower confidence in this case, and vice versa, right? So that's the thing, the trend, the trend that you're looking at, right?
Sorry, can I just clarify? I mean, when you say coefficient means you're talking about threshold in terms of auditing, or
no, it's a formula, it's a coefficient. Yeah.
All right.
So it's like when you talk about higher confidence coefficient, normally it's like a value from 0 to 1, for example, something like that, or some cases. It's a coefficient. Yeah. And then so the idea is, you have a lower confidence coefficient means you have higher confidence because there are no exceptions. Then you will need a smaller sample size in this case. So the answer is, I gave you the answer already. What is the answer, Jake? What do you think?
A.
Yes, that's the answer. That's right. Okay. So A is the correct answer for this one. So just take note. Yeah. And now we have execution. Okay. Now let's take a 2-minute break again to reset everything and give everyone a chance to stretch, breathe, relax a little bit. Yeah. And for me to get another drink. Okay, just a moment. Hey, I'm back. Okay. Hello again, everyone. Okay. Let's proceed. Hey, earlier Gilbert was not around. Can you all turn on your videos again? And let's include Gilbert. And Zuan, Piyu, Weichi, Ghazali, if you can turn on your videos, please. Let's have a quick one that's complete, because I also don't like incomplete. Okay, Anna, you're back. Anyway, you should have your videos turned on anyway, so make sure that's on, please. Don't keep on switching as much as possible. Yeah. Unless you have to do something that we don't want to see. So yeah. Okay. Weichi, are you there? Almost complete. I have everyone on video. Seng Kwong, nice panda bear, but yeah, we need your actual cute face. So let's take a quick photo. Thank you. Coming. Weichi, come in. Weichi, are you there? Weichi, you're the last one. Okay. Anyway, I had this photo earlier, so hopefully that's sufficient. Smile and say NTUC. Okay. Good enough, hopefully. Oh, wait, Anna's photo change, I think. Or is it Ghazali? Okay, never mind. I think hopefully there's an overlap already now because we have Gilbert and some others. Good enough to show them that at least you were around at one point in time. Yeah. It's always difficult to get these. Okay. Let's proceed. So IS audit project management. So you plan the audit engagement. Again, with IS audit, it's similar to actual project management, right? Because you have objectives, you have goals, you need resources, you need to manage the time, right? The budgets, yeah. So there's a lot of similarities. Of course, depending on which project, the flow will be a bit different, yeah. So yeah, you engage with say the client. Of course, you can negotiate certain things. Yeah. So you plan the audit engagement. Again, normally for project specific risks, you have to consider these. And then you build the audit plan. Again, usually using this specific tasks. The audit charter will help you include all these things as well. Optimizing resource use, making sure that you book your resources in advance, and then make realistic estimates. Don't own over or under budget. Yeah, try to be more realistic in the sense. There can be some buffer, of course. More in favor of your side because you also don't want to lose money, right? So a little bit is okay. In case also it allows you certain room for flexibility. In case the estimates were not exactly correct. But you have to make sure, okay, in terms of effort, what is it the effort is for junior staff, and then for going all the way up to more senior staff. Why is that? Why do you think that's important? To split it up based on the levels. Anyone care to guess? How about who is this? Ajmal? Why do you have to break down per position or level the effort required?
Or to foresee the on the importance of the roles, maybe.
Okay, there's definitely importance for the roles. Yes, what else?
Can I share?
Yeah, I know you're itching to share. Definitely you will know. I'm just trying to let the others think as well, right? What's the logic behind it? Yes. Yeah. When you're doing estimates, what do you need? Normally, for IT, when you do IT estimates, normally you just have man days, very, very fixed, right? And then probably you know who's going to do it, but what's the reason, more importantly, for this case, for audit kind of work, right? Okay. Aside from the mandates, what's important? That's the effort, right? But why do we need to make sure it's tagged to the proper people, the proper roles and levels? Anyone? How about the ones I see? Gilbert, any guess? Since you like to guess, right? It's
actually, when you talk to the ground level staff, right? You get on the ground level what is happening, so you know what the exact story is there.
Okay, now this is from your own planning, right? Or
Yeah.
from the IS audit side. Your team. Why do you need to break it down as to the effort that you're gonna do based on different roles?
Go to different roles.
Yeah. So the clue is we already talked about mandates. What else is regarding mandates that you need to consider?
No idea.
The money. Show me the money. So everyone will have different rates. Okay.
Okay.
If you use the junior staff, you'll have lower fees. And then, yeah, Anna, you want to continue? Yeah, if you use partners, directors, managers, these are more expensive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
IS audit. It was not on the client, but more on our team. Okay.
Yes, so you're doing the audit plan, right?
Yeah,
So
I
this is why it is.
misunderstood. I spoke on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine as well. You need to know their side, but they're the ones paying you. Yeah, so you need to know your side and how much you're gonna allocate, so you can propose a budget for them. Plus, of course, there are some minimum requirements as well. I'm not sure if you follow that across for all audit firms, but normally even for partners, upper management, they need to have certain hours actually clocked in for each engagement, and they shouldn't leave any engagement left behind in terms of not being touched by them. That's why their value is there for partners. They need to have some skin in the game as well. It's really not looking at the audit details themselves, even for approval. Not having enough time spent on it is also not good. Okay, you're gonna say something else? Sorry, Anna.
Yeah, you're saying about having skin in the game, right?
Yeah.
So basically, from an effort perspective, the juniors clock in more hours.
Yeah.
Firstly, of course, they are cheaper resources, right? And secondly, they do the groundwork, gathering evidence and all of that. And as we go higher up the ranks is mostly oversight function, making sure that the budget is adhered to and the staff, the resources are performing as intended. So
that's right.
Their involvement kind of reduces for two reasons: because they are not involved in the ground work, and also because the charge rates are much higher for that.
That's right. Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for sharing. Yeah, so another thing is why you send juniors. Normally, you send juniors to do a lot of the groundwork, but you don't leave them, on the deep end. You normally tag them along with a senior, but maybe less work on the senior side, just more from an oversight perspective. Because the senior is the one who's more experienced in all these. They know what to look out for, help guide the juniors to be later on become seniors as well. Yeah. So everyone keeps on going up the ranks. Okay. Okay, clear, huh, everyone? Important when you become IT auditors. Anyway, you learn that probably on the job as well. And then execute the plan. So when you want to execute audit tasks against the plan, you have to make sure that everyone is aware of the plan in the first place. So you need to communicate the plan as well. And then you don't want to monitor the project activity. So that's when you go out for, the execute the plan itself is going for the field work, going for the interviews and all that. And of course, preparing, updating all your work papers. So in terms of monitoring project activity, these are the regular meetings that you set as the audit manager, or the engagement manager. You also have to look at all these and set up regular meetings so that everyone has that kind of I would say kind of rhythm in all the meetings, making sure that everyone is also on track. If there are any issues that need to be resolved, they're gonna be decided on. Okay. Of course, a report for the actual progress. This has to be done on a regular basis as well. Okay. Good. So you also can keep track. If you have tools normally to clock in hours, right? Timesheets. These are the regular tools that we use. Make sure you fill up your timesheets. There's a deadline. You get penalized or at least name shamed if you never update. Yeah. So these are the things that you have to always do it as a routine. Okay. The timesheets and charging, of course, you have to make sure that you charge accordingly to the right engagement. Okay, don't overcharge on one and the other, otherwise the results will fluctuate. Yeah. Okay. And if you have a little bit of BD or business development work that's assigned to you in terms of your role, yeah, then you also have to make sure that you charge that separately out of any engagement or any other new engagement, but it's under a business development kind of activity. Yeah, so not just the engagement itself, there could be sub activities that you may want to clock it, what kind of, basically to keep track what kind of work you're doing, which work has spent more time on. That's how they can analyze at the end. So if you don't fill it up properly now, then they all get funny results later on. Yeah, it's harder to analyze basically. Okay, hopefully that that's clearer for everyone. Yeah. So I'm not sure, anyone here in non-audit industries who also do timesheets? Anyone here? When I was with Accenture, for example, I also filled up timesheets.
In IT side also we do.
Yeah. So for you have projects, right? So you also have timesheets.
Or even
okay,
BAU
good.
too, yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, so audit phases. Just to go through the motion also, if looking at what are the different phases. If you remember the main phases here, right? We have planning phase, then the fieldwork and documentation phase, and the reporting phase. Okay, so normally when you look at this, it's not because it stops there. Okay? Basically, it continues on. Okay, and continues. Okay, it's not also running in parallel. Otherwise, what are you there? You don't have a plan when you start at acquiring data. So it can be, some of them may be parallel, some may be in sequence. There's some dependencies. Yeah, but normally planning is purely planning mostly before you even start the field work. So don't start field work normally if you're the audit firm. The IT audit side, you don't start field work unless a client signs. Because otherwise you waste effort. There might be some changes in scope. Yeah, and then you have to redo a lot of things. Okay, so normally that's the thing. Yeah? So once the client signs the engagement letter, then your own internal processes should kick in. Then all systems go. Then make sure your resources are still booked. By the way, because by the time the client signs, maybe your resources are no longer booked accordingly, because there may be delays in that. If you never rebooked your resources, then you might end up with no resources. Yeah, so make sure you have to book them properly if there are any changes in the timelines, right? For whatever reason, it could be delays on your side, delays on the client side, or delays because of public holiday. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so here, anyway, I won't go into each of the details. The idea is these are the activities that are being done. Okay, anyway, we'll have a chance to go through each one in detail later. So we did a couple of things on the planning phase. Hopefully that's clear enough. And then a bit of the field work part, but we'll also go into that detail later on as well. You see it in black and white. It's black and white, right? I don't know why it's black and white. Then, okay, again, focusing on other parts of the audit phase. So we have the subject, objective, and scope of the audit. And then you have the pre-audit planning. Okay. So these are all planning itself. Yeah, mostly planning. And then audit procedures and steps for data gathering. So basically this one will tell you just in more detail what are the steps involved. Yeah. So you identify, select the audit approach. Then you have the list of individuals to interview. And then obtain the departmental policies, standards, guidelines. Okay. Then if it's evaluating the test results or review results, you have other procedures like identify the methods or the tools so they can evaluate it. Then you have the criteria also. Then what are the means of resource to confirm the evaluation? Yeah. Basically, it has to be repeatable, right? So as an auditor, by the way, when you document your work papers, make sure it's as detailed as possible with the variables that you put, even, for example, for testing and all that. The idea is if someone picks up the same document, another auditor, and they picks up the same document, they should be able to recreate, repeat what you actually did with the same results. Okay? So that's the whole gist of it. And when you talk about updating your work papers. Okay? Clear? Anything not clear? Then you have the procedures for communication with management. So you want to determine the frequency of communication, prepare documentation for final report. Audit report preparation is all about disclosing the follow-up review procedures so people won't get surprised, right? And then you want to disclose these procedures to evaluate the test or test the operational efficiency, right? So the idea is once you're doing the test and follow up on the reviews, just to make sure that they're also available when the time comes. Okay, that's a final phase. Actually, we talked about reporting already. Okay, don't worry, guys, we're almost there. I know it's a long day, but definitely, hopefully, you learned something on the first day. I'll give you a recap. Give me a recap later on. Going back to that's your assignment at the end of the day normally, so I need you to vomit out the things that you learned. Okay, so let's go on and see the LP again, right? So right now, actually, it would be in slide 31 and all onwards, but we're around slide 90, so slightly behind. That's fine. We can still catch up. There's a couple of learning activities here too, but it's mainly group discussion. So I normally pause for those things anyway, so that's fine as well. Yeah. Okay, so we're still good until the end of this side. We'll start domain 2 probably in a short while. Yeah. Because the thing is, there's really a lot of materials as well, but again, we tried to manage the pace first because it's only the first day, and we had some hiccups earlier this morning with all the 3 batches going into one. Okay, so that's now settled. Hopefully they can settle it by tomorrow. I will have more things visible. Let me double check also. Just a moment. Did anything change on my end? Yeah, nothing changed. Still the same. Okay, let's continue. So you have internal versus external audits. I think this is straightforward, right? Internal audit is within the company. They actually try to do their own internal audit. They have the internal auditors as well that they set up. Or they can still get external help for the support, right? And then the next is external audit. Normally, the scope and objectives of the audit are documented in a formal contract. So that's more formal in this case. Whereas the internal audit's all just for the internal eyes to see, right? Internal management. And then there's also the audit charter that we mentioned. So the audit charter is one of the main documents that contains everything that you need to know about the key requirements for the audit. Then you have the engagement letter, which is the formal sign off from the client saying that, hey, you can proceed with this engagement. We agree on your fees and all that. Yeah? The scope, okay, and the activities that you're going to do, the tests that you're going to do. Okay. And then going back to audit objectives. So can someone help read this out, please? How about let's say Ajmal? Ajmal, yeah. Can you help read it out for everyone, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Actually, I didn't know I was muted.
Yeah.
A key element in IS audit planning is translating basic audit objectives into specific IS audit objectives. Audit objectives refer to the specific goals that must be accomplished by the audit. They are often focused on validating that internal controls exist and are effective at minimizing business risk.
Okay, so this is the objective of the audit, right? So this is things that, especially for IS audit, right? You have to also know what the main audit objective is, okay? So that you can also remember it when the time comes. You're doing all your questioning, you're doing all your paper or work papers. These are some of the things you also remember, right? Okay, especially when you're discussing sometimes in detail, you digress. So if it's totally different from what the audit's all about, yeah, you can better steer yourself back. Okay. And next one, audit programs. Someone care to read for everyone? Yes, because it's very wordy because there's a lot of details when you talk about all these things. But I'd like you to just read it once so that you can remember all the elements at least somehow. Yeah. How about let's say Anna? You want to try this out? Yeah. Just help everyone read it.
Audit programs. An audit program is a step-by-step set of audit procedures and instructions that should be performed to complete an audit. Audit programs are based on the scope and objective of the particular assignment. It is the audit strategy and plan. It identifies scope, audit objectives, and audit procedures to obtain sufficient, relevant, and reliable evidence to draw and support audit conclusions and opinions.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. So these are all the descriptions of the audit program, what it entails. Okay, but it's basically the step-by-step set of audit procedures. So that's the main thing. Okay. Again, it has to also be aligned to that scope and objectives, right? Okay. Any questions on audit programs? Yeah. So normally, when we set up audit programs from your side, these are the things that you are doing so that you can complete the audit and the procedures. Okay. Now the procedures, going now to procedure side, there are general audit procedures and those for testing and evaluating IS controls, right? So I'll just leave it up to you to list, but I'll highlight certain things that can be seen here. Of course, there's anything general will be the overall that applies to the whole audit. So like risk assessments and general audit plan schedule, those are under the general audit procedures. Things on the audit area and subject, preliminary reviews, detailed audit planning, okay, compliance testing, substantive testing, report follow-ups. Now for going now to the testing and evaluating IS controls details. Again, these are normally on the, for example, use of generalized audit software. Okay, so you can analyze the data files, system logs, for example, and then you have things that flow charting techniques. You want to make sure that you flow chart the proper applications around the business processes. Yeah, and then audit logs reports available in operation or application systems. These are some of the things you want to document properly when you talk about IS controls now. And then there's the OS database and application parameter files. So you need to know where to look for them and what's available. So this is where I said you need a little bit more on the technical side now if you want to go into the IT audit scene compared to when you are previously when you did your external audit kind of work, Patricia, right? And for IT, although you know the technical IT side, you need to know the audit procedure. So take a look at these because these are the things you need to do when you become an IT auditor. For those who are from IT here. And for those who are totally no background at all, you need to learn IT and audit. Okay. Because again, there's a couple of things that are, a lot of things actually that need to be learned, so you can all put this in place, right? Any questions so far on these types of procedures? They said that just the procedures that will document and mostly do, right? So why are these like compliance testing, substantive testing? Why are these under general audit procedures? Aren't these also being done when you evaluate IS controls? Any idea? Care to guess? Or auditors here, what do you think? Why are these parked under like substantive testing, compliance testing? Don't you do that also for IS controls? Makes you stop and think now. Huh? Care to guess? Because they can also apply to other controls, not just IS controls. That's why they're under the general controls, general audit procedures. Okay, so it's not unique to IS basically. So whatever they put there for substantive testing, compliance testing, they basically apply across the board. You can create more specific documents, of course, under IS controls itself, but it's just that the general controls, all these documents will apply to the general audit procedures. Okay, they hold true for everything. Now, audit work papers. So why do they call it work papers? Because that's the work you actually churn out. Yeah, you work on all these papers. Yeah. So again, all audit plans, programs, activities, tests, findings, and incidents should be properly documented in work papers. So normally these also have a specified format so that you can't go wrong, hopefully. But again, don't just fill it up with anything, right? It has to be, at the end of the day, these work papers will go to the client. Yes, and then you don't want to see, poor quality work. And then, of course, the basic things like spell checks and all that you have to do. Make sure that what you wrote there is correct. Yeah. So it's also traceability in these kind of documents. So it's support for the work performed, from objectives to report, and from report to objectives. Okay. Clear so far? Again, there are several ones. Basically, documents. So don't get overwhelmed by what are work papers. They're just basically documents. In the old days, paper, basically pieces of paper. That's why it's called work paper. But now they're just documents stored in Word document or what. Yeah. Okay. And then of course, now going on the legal side, there's the legal aspect now. We have fraud, irregularities, and illegal acts. So how can these impact our audit? Or what are the things, how will this be handled in our audits, right? Because again, these are some of the important things as well. Yeah. So in this case, so the presence of internal controls does not altogether eliminate fraud, right? We know that already. So there's no such thing as 100%, right? So the idea is an IS auditor should observe and exercise due professional care, right? So that's important in all aspects of their work. So that at least, despite not being able to catch everything, at least the work that we do for the controls should still be of quality, right? Be alert also of possible opportunities that allow fraud to materialize. So by reading articles and blogs and some news, see how other companies or other fraud successfully happened. By knowing those things, the techniques or the scams that have been done, yeah, and then you have an idea of how they went about it, and you can apply controls to prevent it to your own company, yeah, for your own company. Okay, so be also aware of possibility and means of perpetrating fraud, and how are the overriding controls in terms of the IT-enabled environment, and how you must have knowledge of yourself of these fraud indicators, right? Be alert to the possibility at least, right? Okay. Any questions on these? So in recent cases in Singapore, of course, I'm not sure if you heard of the HyFlux situation. Yeah. So anyone heard about HyFlux? Again, I'm just mentioning it because it's publicly known. Yeah. But of course, we won't divulge any specific details that are not out there. Anyone heard about what happened? And care to share? Of course, it's in the news. You can Google it. But the idea is, all the while, people thought it was profitable and all that. And then stockholders were happy, people collecting dividends and whatever. Yeah. So seeing the stock price go up is always good for them. And then suddenly people found out after sort of audits that actually the numbers somehow were fudged. So it's not really exactly performing well. It's underperforming and all that. So now the court cases, CEO, and even now the board will also be under scrutiny, right? So that's these are the effects of not well. I would say the audit side may have also have some issues. So the thing is, if you're an auditor, you also can get into trouble. Now, even though you didn't do any fault, the thing is, that's why you have to make sure your work is very good, so that when the investigation time comes, then you basically present it properly, that you just presented what your findings were based on the samples that you took, based on the information you were given. These are the ones that will help you in the end. Yeah, because if everyone else goes to jail, you don't want to be dragged along also or get a hefty penalty just because you were the auditors of that company. Yeah. Okay. So the work that you do is very important. And but sometimes, yeah, if you're really quite unlucky, you won't be catching everything. Yeah. Sometimes it's also over the years that some of these things happen. Yeah. So what do you think? I mean, let's just try to do some guessing game here. Why do you think the fraud happened as it is, despite audits and all that? Yeah. Again, based on whatever you saw in the news, did you actually see the news? Maybe I'll pull out some news reference for you to read through. Let me get my copy, or you can, let's get the common copy. So I'll send a link for you guys. I think the MAS will also have something, right? That's it. Yeah. So, but anyway, yeah, it's I'm getting this news from MAS from last year. So this is something that you can read. Yeah. It's good to read and be aware of the case. This is the case, and it's in the chat. And okay. So it was November last year, and the CEO has been charged, and then if convicted, these are the penalties, right? Imprisonment of up to 7 years, a fine, 2 years not exceeding, and then there's also fine not exceeding 50K of the CA charge, and so on as well. Of course, this is like a very, very legalese document. I mean, it's quite detailed in terms of the references, right? Again, these are not to name and shame, but again, try to learn a lesson from what happened. Yeah. So now it's not just the CEO, but also the directors, independent directors, also being charged with such offenses because they're also part of the governance team, right? So the governance body is the board of directors, right, in a company. And then you have the management team, which is CEO, CFO, and so on. Okay, so this is what you can take a look at. Again, there's other news references, but this is coming on the media release from MAS. Okay, so this what is found there. So again, in terms of auditing this kind of company, right? What will be the implications and how can you catch, despite the audit, how come these things can still happen, right? Yeah, and then again, because you're doing sampling, that's the main thing. Plus, you're getting information that's provided to you, right? So you're provided the information, so you work on that information, you check on the thoroughness of that information. Of course, you check on the validity of that information. It can be valid and complete if ever, but maybe let's say, you know, there could be another report that they're generating that's not the ones presented to you. So that's the question there. Okay, there could be a lot of ways to go about it, but at the end of the day, auditors should try their best to actually get the right documents and get the right artifacts, details, to actually try to catch these. Of course, the main report should be there. The books should be opened, and make sure that you also catch such transactions. Okay.
Yeah,
so you need to be aware of these things happening.
It's not written over here on the accounting team, right? Who does the financial management? They are not being sued, is it, or prosecuted?
Well, the big guys are the ones being chased. Yeah.
So the financial guys, right? This can also not happen, right?
For financial guys, they could be following instructions. I don't know, because again, that's part of the investigation. I'm not privy to.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, but Gabriel, are you able to share a little bit or not really?
No, I don't know any information. I'm just reading what you sent.
No, that's just one of the sources. Yeah, of course. There's the developments here and there. Yeah, but the thing is, I haven't been following in detail as well, but that's definitely the big news in the news media. So again, we're only getting what is available to us right there. Okay, good. You want to take another quick break? That's another few more minutes, 2 minutes, then come back and start with sampling methodology if you don't have other questions. Okay? Okay, good. See you in a while. Don't take too long. Yeah.